equals chaos. And that's what this is. You know, if we've just got if we've just got problems with elections, you know, people will go ahead and say, yeah, you know, this happens every other year. It's not that big a deal. But you got a problem with elections. You've got people burning and looting cities. You've got an open border of people coming in. They want us to wear masks to come into this place today if we weren't unvaccinated, but they're letting all these people in illegally from our southern border. And see, everybody has their jumping off point. You know, there's people that are okay with the problems with the election. Yeah, okay, it's no big deal. But they're all bent out of shape about the illegals coming in from the southern border. Now they're starting to move over towards we are. Okay? Now there's some people that are okay with the illegals coming in and with the election problems, but they're not okay with what happened over in Afghanistan. That was purposely done. I started talking to friends of mine about this, like-minded friends like you and all of us are here and myself. And I told them before any of these talking heads started bringing this up that this was done purposely. All that equipment over there is of no more use to us. But they knew that 3 months ago. There's no more money to be made off of that. So we just leave that there. We let things get as bad as they are. And mark my words, we're going back to war in Afghanistan. And we're going to repeat this whole thing all over again. And that's the plan. Okay? And so all these things together, it's just too much. So these different folks, they're moving our way. They're moving our way. They're moving our way. But we still are the silent majority. And people are scared. And they have every reason to be scared. And I don't judge them because I wasn't scared. I was just ignorant. I had to be woken up. And I thought I was a pretty awake kind of guy, but I wasn't. And so it took me June of 2015 to wake up to what was really going around us, okay? 59 years old, and I'm sorry, 55 at that point, to wake up what's going on. And I'm not going back to sleep. So whatever it takes, I'm going to do it. They're going to have to kill me. So I'm here for every one of you. And the last thing I want to say is that what are you doing? What are every one of you doing? You're here today, and that's great. You know, I don't know what you're going to be doing after this. I don't know what you've done before you got here. But there is something for everybody in this room to do. Run for office, like I did. And I'm not done. Well, I'm almost done talking, but I'm not done running for office. It's great having the Supreme Court, but it takes a really long time. So regardless what happens, my election won't be reversed and I won't take that seat. But I'm going to move to Ward 1 and run there. Because guess what? We got another communist up for re-election next year in Ward 1. If not there, move to Ward 3. Guess what? We got another communist up for re-election there as well. If two people who are conservatives are going to run for those two seats and the mayor I don't know what our mayor is, honestly, but if he doesn't run, I'm going to run for mayor. Now, if we have somebody who's like-minded like us, conservative, not Republican, conservative. Because our biggest threat to us of people who think like us are not the communists, it's the rhinos. That's who we have to be most concerned of. And I'm here to tell you right now, thank you, I'm here to tell you right now that I am no rhino. And so if we have people who are like us, that think like us, that are true conservatives, that take that Ward 1, run for that Ward 1 seat, that Ward 3 seat, or that mayor seat, then I'm going to run for state rep against Tommy Waltz or Peter Anthony in November of 22 for the state rep for Barrie. And that's what I'm doing. That's who I am. That's what I am. I had some great conversations with you folks before I came up here today. I appreciate that. And I look forward to talking to any of you after this, giving you my phone number, getting your phone number, your emails, because this is happening right now. We cannot wait. We have no time. We have to act now. We should have acted yesterday, but that's okay. We can't go backwards. We've got to go forwards, and we have to act now. And everybody in here has a job to do for this. Run for city council, get on the school board, show up at city council meetings, show up at school board meetings, have your voice heard, get on a committee, help somebody, even if you don't know them, but as long as you have the same ideals, somebody that's running for office, do something for them. There is no job that's too small that none of us can't do. We have to do this. Our future is on the line here. Our lives are on the line here. Our kids, our grandkids, their lives are on the line here. And the bad news is that that's happening. And the bad news is that I got to come up here and talk about this like that. But, what's that? We're going to have questions after. See that? I'm ending on time. Okay? You can trust me. You can trust me. I ended on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian Judd. That was good. Boy, he reminded me I didn't give you any background on myself at all. I'm not a politician. I'm Vermont's domestic terrorist #1. And if he thinks he's in it to the death, I've been walking around with my Trump hat on and a target on my back for a year now. And I'm not giving up either. But to keep this a little bit shorter, we have one gentleman that's on a schedule, so we're going to do a little shuffling in the thing, and I'd like to introduce Timothy Price. Timothy Price is no.
Well, the problem is my presentation is 33 minutes long.
Well, go for it.
Well, isn't Guy Page on it too?
We're going to shift it out of there, you know.
Okay.
My call won't mind waiting back for just a minute.
We can't move Guy Page.
I know, but we're going to switch these two.
Guy Page, 2 p.m. 10 minutes. I think my call should go now and Timothy should go after Guy. I do. How long does he need? 10 minutes?
The guy said it was all right.
Oh, Guy said it was all right?
He's over there nodding.
Oh, it's okay. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, never mind.
Yeah. Timothy Price, I don't know if anybody knows about Timothy Price. Timothy Price worked to establish case law in the state of Vermont for 5 years on his own through a Supreme Court ruling in the state of Vermont, and he'll explain it a whole lot better than I will. But I gotta add just one little thing in here. I was at the Gordon Chang event, and you know, God bless Mike Lindell. And Gordon Chang and Eric Metaxas and Will Johnson, they all had their own Mike Lindell promo code. So I got my Mike Lindell promo code in the mail yesterday, and you know, for Vermont, it happens to be gender neutral. The promo code is MAIL22, MAIL 22. That is a Mike Lindell promo code. You can save up to 67% off, and God bless Mike Lindell for all he's done for this country. And with that, Timothy Price.
Thank you very much. I don't mean to be rude. My eyesight's terrible, so I have to be Can you hear me now? All right. If you don't mind, I'd like to sit here. It's wonderful to see all you have turned out. Well, okay, we'll use this one. I'm a residential designer. I'm retired now, but I did housing for people. I came up to New England with Cancer Planning Association doing Eastman Pond in Grantham, New Hampshire. And after that, I started my own firm and moved up to Grantham in 1987. So what I'm going to do is just give you, I fell down a rabbit hole, is what happened, and I really didn't have any control over it. But the election results I was on the Board of Civil Authority, had been on there since 2001, so I knew the clerk, I knew the other 4 board members quite well. I was familiar with the select board. I liked everybody. I didn't question anybody's veracity, or their integrity was great. But the election results in 2006 for the auditor's race, there was less than 5% difference in the race. And in a recount, the Democrat won 241 more votes after the recount, and so it switched the election from the Republican and put the Democrat in office. And this was pretty impressive to me. I thought, wow, how can that happen? I know how careful we are on the Board of Civil Authority. You just don't make a lot of mistakes. So I talked to the other members of the board, and I said, how many mistakes do you think Fairleigh may have made? And we didn't make any mistakes. And I said, well, I think we did. How many do you think we might have made? And they said, well, maybe 1 or 2. And I said, well, Fairleigh actually made 15 errors out of 436 votes. And I said, that's really not acceptable. And I said, there were 16 races, and how many more errors could there be undiscovered? What citizen oversight procedure is there for holding the BCA accountable? Election law only allows 10 days after a recount to challenge an election, and then you have to accuse them of fraud, and I wasn't willing to do that. So I could find no standard mechanism in place to review the performance of the BCA. And so I thought, well, should the BCA review the ballots? And so I sent out an email to members of the board, and the important part is that Larry Martin said his suggestion was that we should find how this happened, and by recounting as required in order to get all the facts here, as each count was signed by a team member, we can see how this happened. Larry and I will be happy to volunteer our time as necessary. It should not take too long, as things are already organized into piles. So what I was saying was just a friendly in-house Board of Civil Authority recount of what we'd already done. We did them in the first place, we put them in the bag, so we should be able to do it. And the chairman of the Board of Civil Authority says, I think that would be a great idea to go over these results in the 2006 midterm election and see where we made our mistakes. Now notice the date on here is December 26th. I think the announcement of the recount was like December 21st. And since she says, I believe she's on, this is Georgette, who's our clerk, she said, I believe she's on vacation this week. We back to work on the 2nd. So that really it takes a lot out of that 10-day recount time limit. So it isn't really conducive to the public being able to discover what happened. So anyway, the town clerk did agree to review the ballots, but later informed that the election law requires that ballots be sequestered for 22 months, and I'd need a court order to see them. So I thought about this for a while. I said, I don't want to do that. But I thought, well, but after 22 months, the ballots are going to be released, and so we can look at them at that time. And so by the time of the next town meeting, I decided to question the voters to get a sense of the meeting on reviewing the ballots after the 22-month period. Well, I confronted the town clerk just before the meeting, and she said, I can't do that because there's press here, and it will make us look bad. I thought, my goodness, here's a clerk in the town, doesn't want the voters to know how she performed. So I made her promise to release the ballots to the BCA after their release. Then after near the end of the 22 months period, I called her and she said, hi Tim, I've been expecting you to call. Don't worry, I gave you my word to show you the ballots. I wouldn't go back on my word. But then the following day, the chair of the BCA, this is Mary Harris, called me to tell me that the Secretary of State had informed the clerk that only by court order could she release the ballots. They had to be destroyed. Well, after being told that I needed a court order, I talked with the clerk, who expressed willingness to give up the ballots, however was prohibited by law without a court order.
And I suggested that I might apply for a court order. And she said, go ahead, if that's what you want to do. I don't mind. So I did. They had to be destroyed was the language we used. And if you look at the article, it says, except as otherwise provided by federal law, all ballots and tally sheets shall be retained for a period of 90 days from the date of the election, after which time they may be destroyed, provided, however, that if a court order is entered prior to the expiration date period, ordering some different disposition of the ballots, the town clerk shall abide by this order. So at the county courthouse, I went to get the order from the court, and I found that I had to sue the town, even though the clerk and the BCA members wanted to do an examination of the ballots. The Orange County clerk advised me that there would be no cost to the town, as there would be no contest. There was a $79 fee to the sheriff to deliver the papers. So here was my request: requested expedited hearing, request emergency hearing action that the destruction of the 2006 Fairly ballots be stayed. Request a court order as required by the Secretary of State to provide us access to the ballots for the 2006 election, to recount them, particularly the tally sheets, in an open inspection at the Fairly Town Hall before they are destroyed or anyway tampered with. The purpose being to see if the vote totals, as tabulated, are in agreement with the actual ballot count in all the races, and to learn, if possible, how errors may have happened, to verify the integrity of the voting process unfairly. Well, on September 11th, the attorney for the town sent me their motion to dismiss the claim that what I was asking for is not provided for in election law. I'm not a candidate contesting the election, not identifying which office I want to recount. Time for the recount is long past, the 10-day period provided, and asking the court to create a whole new category for research and educational purposes 2 years after an election. Well, this should be addressed by the legislature. Conclusion. Plaintiff complaint fails to allege any facts under Vermont law for the court to order a recount of the 2006 election. The facts as alleged are sufficient on their face to deprive the court of jurisdiction for the relief requested. Therefore, the town of Fairly respectfully requests the Honorable Court dismiss the plaintiff's complaint. Well, the state of Vermont says exactly the same thing. The town has opposed Mr. Price's request, arguing that access to ballots is strictly limited by statute, and there is a process controlling recounts. Mr. Price's request is inconsistent with the statutes involved. All right, now if you read further past what they just quoted, you'll come to 17 VSA Chapter 51, Article 2617. And that's what it says: jurisdiction of Superior Court. In all cases for which no other provision has been made, the Superior Court shall have general jurisdiction to hear and determine matters relating to elections and to fashion appropriate relief. Doesn't that pretty well cover the ground? All right, I went to the court hearing November 10th. That day is familiar. November 10th, and I, as the plaintiff against the defendants, the Attorney General's office, Kathy Wolf, the Director of Elections, Peter Berger, Fairly Select Board, and Georgia Wolf, the clerk, were on the defendant's side. Well, I'm going to read you now excerpts from what the judge had to say, and this is Mary Teachow. The court grants the state's right to intervene. Court denies temporary injunction as irreparable injury is not shown. In other words, if they destroy the ballots, how does that affect me? The court cannot conclude that there's no possible basis for a declaratory relief action that declared the right of citizens to examine ballots and tally sheets where they have not been destroyed. There is interface here with the public records law, and the argument has been made that this has not been brought as a public records case and there are prerequisites, and that is true. On the other hand, The allegation has been made that the request was made of the town clerk, and that is the first step required under the Public Records Access Law. So what the court will do is to permit Mr. Price to file an amended complaint, 10-day extension. There is an important legal issue here, which is a deprivation of a citizen's right to have access to ballots and tally sheets after their expiration of the secure period. Mr. Price was clearly seeking to bring a clearly articulated claim before the court, so for that reason the motion to dismiss is denied. November 12th, 2 days after the 10th hearing, hand-delivered public record request to the town clerk. And here it is. It says, pursuant to Vermont Public Record Act, VSA 315 to 320, I hereby request scheduling a time to open the bag and review the ballots and tally sheets from the 2006 election. And then here is the law. It says, upon request, the custodian of a public record must promptly produce the records for inspection. If the custodian considers the record to be exempt from inspection, he or she must state this in writing, given the reason for the denial. This certification must be made within 3 business days unless more time is necessary as allowed below. Well, on the 18th, which is 6 days later, I get this from the town's lawyer. Dear Mr. Price, after last Monday's hearing, during which the court refused to issue an injunction prohibiting destruction of the ballots and dismissed your associated claim, the Fairleigh Town Clerk destroyed the 2006 election ballots as authorized by law. This is also to inform you that on behalf of the Fairleigh Town Clerk that your request under Vermont's Public Records Act cannot be met because the documents do not exist. So I amended my complaint, and it says as the court has not dismissed my case, but has advised me to amend my claim, I do so by requesting a court order as required by the Secretary of State to provide access to the public records. I identify it here, public records, being the ballots from the 2006 election, to examine them, particularly the tally sheets. And then finally I go on and it says, further, as the ballots are evidence crucial in determining the actions of the Board of Civil Authority, even though election law allows their destruction or not, at the discretion of the town clerk, I believe that as evidence for the clerk to destroy them while the issue is before the court in order to deflect an investigation from the person should itself be considered an illegal action, and I ask this to be prosecuted. Response from the town attorney. I'll go to the bottom. It says December 2nd. In their second motion to dismiss, the town is asking for dismissal on the grounds that since the ballots no longer exist, the case has been made moot. And I reply that in principle they're saying that I no longer have claim to the evidence that they've now destroyed it. The Superior Court. The question presented is whether the destruction of the sequestered tally sheets and ballots has made the request for public access moot. The general rule is that a case when the issue presented are no longer live or the parties lack a legally cognizable interest in the outcome, a case is moot if a court can no longer grant effective relief. Mootness generally results in dismissal of the complaint for lack of jurisdiction. However, there are several exceptions to the mootness doctrine that permit review under certain circumstances, even when the case is otherwise moot. One of those narrow exemptions permits review in cases where the challenged action was capable of repetition yet evading review, meaning cases where the challenged action was in its duration too short to be fully litigated prior to its cessation or expiration, and number 2, there was a reasonable expectation that the same complaining party would be subject to the same action again. Originally, Mr. Price made the anticipatory request to have the ballot access, to have public access to the ballots and tally sheets from the 2006 election once they became unsealed. and prior to their destruction. After the sealing period expired, the ballots remained undestroyed in the possession of the town clerk, but a request for public access had been made by the filing of this case. The request was clarified by the court on November 10th as one under the Public Records Act, and the court provided Mr. Price with the opportunity to formalize his request under statutory procedures. Subsequently, the town destroyed the documents and claimed an inability to comply with the Public Records Access. These are factual circumstances now presented by the case and must be used in analyzing the motion to dismiss. There is no question that if no request for access to the ballots had been made prior to November 10th, the town clerk would have been authorized under VSA 2590 to destroy the records on that date if there is no reason for the material to be retained any longer. The statute clearly authorizes the town clerk to destroy them. In the case as it now presents itself, the town clerk destroyed the records after having clear notice that a citizen was making a public records request for existing undestroyed election material no longer subject to sealing. The action of a public official in destroying records after a public records request was made appears contrary to the public policy favoring the right to access public documents and records. Yet the town and state argue that the provision of election law trumps the right of public access to the material even after the expiration of the sealing period. This is a legal issue that requires resolution by a court after careful study and consideration of competing arguments concerning the statutory provisions of the issues and underlying constitutional principles and policies. The case demonstrates that the time period between the record request and the destruction of the records by the town clerk was too short for the legal issue to be fully litigated, and that is likely to be true with any future such request. The situation is highly capable of repetition in the future since by statute the town clerk is the guardian of the ballots and tally sheets. Given that the state of Vermont has intervened in these proceedings and takes the position that a citizen has no right to access the election materials, there is no reason to believe that the town clerk will not follow the same course of conduct in the future in response to another request for access to the ballots and tally sheets, capable of repetition yet evading review. Mr. Price asserts a continuing interest in evaluating the accuracy of town election officials, promoting transparency in local elections, and strengthening the process of democracy. There is reason to believe that Mr. Price will request access to ballots and tally sheets following future elections, that the Fairleigh Town Clerk will follow the same course of conduct as in the present case, and the parties will become involved in the same controversy again. For these reasons, the court concludes that the case is moot, but the issues presented are capable of repetition yet evading review. Therefore, there is sound judicial basis for the court to decide the issue. The town's second motion to dismiss on grounds of mootness must therefore be denied. The court directly asked, this is the motion from the town. It says the court directly asked the plaintiff if he intended intended his request to be under Vermont Public Records Act. The plaintiff replied by stating something very close to the following: "I have no idea, Your Honor." I got the transcript. I said nothing like that. That's totally fake, totally false. The facts indicate that there will not be such continuing requests by the plaintiff, nor similar action by the town clerk. Starting with the 2008 general election, the town will use an electronic ballot counter. Thus, as a matter of fact, the possibility of human error the plaintiff wanted to examine will not occur in the future. This means that the events underlying the plaint are not capable of repetition, as stated by the court. Finally, the town requests that the court order be amended to dismiss the plaintiff's amended complaint. Since the amended complaint is in fact moot, the issue on which the court has invited summary judgment is not present in this case. Well, the Attorney General Sorrell says the finality of elections, these restricted dissemination of sealed election record preserves not just the purity of an election, but also the finality. The need for finality in the election process requires that the time and method of challenging election result be limited at some point, come to an end. For the foregoing reasons, the state respectfully requests the court grant the state's motion for summary judgment. Superior Court Judge. Now, this is the next hearing, and I didn't know this was going to happen, but they removed my former judge, Mary, and have put in Judge Devine is now presiding. The court concludes a general right to inspect ballots in the name of citizen oversight or public accountability is not a relief encompassed within the election statutes. Citizens have the right to inspect public records and documents made and preserved by their government when not detrimental to public interest. The Public Records Act exempts from public disclosure records which by law are designated confidential or by a similar term, and records which by law may only be disclosed to specifically designated persons. Given the care with which the legislature specifically crafted procedures for the sealing, storage, and transportation of ballots are among those records which by law may only be disclosed to specifically designated persons. There is a public policy reason for limiting access to sealed ballots only to the enumerated instances permitted under the election statutes. The court understands the plaintiff's request is grounded in citizen oversight and the need for stewards of the democratic process to be held to high standards of accountability, and in relevant to the right of access itself. The legislature imposed such strict time frames for recounts and other challenges precisely to prevent examination of election results months or years after the fact. Wherefore, the state of Vermont motion for summary judgment is granted. Plaintiff's complaint is dismissed. And this was the low point in my life. Now, I'm going to skip my appeal to the Supreme Court because you'll get most of what I say in their ruling. I'm going to read just one thing. Our local constable was asked what he would. Oops, let me back up a little bit. Vermont, this is on the only race examined. The Vermont was the second highest in deviation in the 2004 election polls in the country, where we were 10% off from what the election polls were, exit polls, excuse me. So I'm saying this is the end of my Supreme Court appeal. Our local constable, when asked what he would do if errors were found in his work, they raised questions, and he said that as an honest person, he would immediately stand aside and let his work speak for itself. This is what I would expect from Vermont officials. In an Old West card game, if two aces of diamonds should appear, the chief officer of the card game, aka the dealer, would be told to show the deck. He could not say, "Oh no, for the finality of the pot, I'm not going to show you the deck." Nor would the state saloon say, "For the sanctity of the deal, you cannot see the deck." No, they had transparency. Either show the deck or get shot. Common sense. Just as everyone knows, as the rules of the game, it worked for keeping the game clean, provided an end to cheats, and a deterrent to others. These are good habits for a society to have. Okay, I'm going to read you excerpts from the Supreme Court ruling. When the time had run and the election results have been certified, however, the purpose of retaining the ballots under seal has been fully served and the confidentiality requirements rendered superfluous. What the state really appears to be arguing here is that, as the trial court found, the subsequent disclosure may undermine the public's confidence in an election later revealed to contain errors and discrepancies, and the withholding of the ballots therefore serves to preserve purity and stability. Yet even if that were the express overarching goal of assuring public access to review and criticize the performance of our public officials, even though such examination may cause inconvenience or embarrassment, plainly must take precedent. We are mindful that the election statute permits but does not require the destruction of the ballots, contrary to the state's claim. This is not a case where two statutory schemes deal with identical subject matter, and we must choose the more specific over the general. The PRA and the case construing it are clear that disclosure is the rule, and that any other statute for confidentiality for limited disclosure of records by law must be strictly construed in reference to the overriding goal. The practical question of enforcement remains to be considered. The trial court here denied plaintiffs' request for a preliminary injunction to preserve the ballots from destruction, reasoning that any right to public access was subject to the town's discretionary authority to destroy them after 90 days. Not surprisingly, that is precisely what happened. Under circumstances where a PRA request is pending, however, this destruction must be treated as unauthorized. The PRA establishes a clear, orderly process for handling of PRA requests, and we discern no basis to exempt this or any similar request from its provisions. While the custodian may have a good faith belief that the records may be destroyed in reliance upon election statutes, nevertheless, this is precisely the sort of legal conclusion that the PRA review process was established to determine. Accordingly, we hold that the discretionary authority to destroy the ballots and tally sheets after the preservation period has expired must be stayed when a public records request for the material is filed pursuant to, and the stay must remain in effect until the request is resolved. The trial court found, despite the destruction of the ballots, this case qualified for consideration under the settled exceptions for cases capable of repetition yet evading review. The state has not challenged the trial court's finding that plaintiff will likely continue based upon his continuing interest in the evaluating the town's election officials, and the town's response will likely be the same. These findings are not undermined by the state's claim, since town's conversion to electronic scanning machines to read the tally ballots, human error is less likely to occur in the future. Indeed, it is precisely to test such assertions that this action was filed. The trial court was correct to entertain plaintiff's petition, but erred in ruling that the records requests were exempt from disclosure under the Public Records Act, and erred in granting summary judgment in favor of the town and the state. The judgment is reversed. Thank you. One of the judges had a dissenting opinion, and I think it's worth hearing. I want to read that. I also emphasized that in reaching its conclusion that the town had circumvented the orderly process of citizen access, the majority itself is selective in describing the orderly process and access to them. We are dealing here with records that do not exist. In this case, the town followed the letter of the law, even so explained by the majority, but by the time the plaintiff filed access to public records requests with the town responded that they had no records that met his request. This opinion comes down during a legislative session in which the legislature is considering amending the PRA. Whatever the outcome of this case, I hope the legislature will consider the issue confronting us and specifically amend the language of the statute to more clearly define the interrelationship between the right of public access and the authorization to destroy public records where it exists. I went to a hearing with the Senate Committee on Government Operations, and I testified there was a great deal of interest and discussion about this case. Senator Doyle, the longest-serving senator at the time, expressed amazement that the citizens were prohibited from re-examining their own ballots. The Public Records Act has since been amended, and the election material is no longer excluded from public access. Finally, the Price, this is from the Journal Opinion, and it said Price said he intended to testify before the legislature where the election laws are now being reviewed, but he has accused the town and the clerk and the BCA of misconduct in the process. In my quote, the emphasis seemed to be more upon protecting the BCA and the process rather than the integrity of the vote. Since this was in litigation, she should have held the ballots. It is this accusation that rankles most of the BCA members. Price had worked with them since 2001. And my reply here is the only accusation of misconduct are the 15 errors made in one race. Those speak for themselves, raising the question, are our officials reporting the voters' intent accurately in the election? And in the final paragraph of that Journal Opinion article, it says, "We were elected for trust, and we take it pretty seriously," said Martin. And the chairman of the Board of Civil Authority said, "Nobody has questioned our election, our integrity before," said Harris. "It hurts." So they did a complete flip-flop. And then here it is. On appeal, the Supreme Court concludes that the trial court was correct to entertain plaintiff's petition, but erred in ruling that the records requests were exempt from public disclosure under the PRA, and erred in granting summary judgment in favor of the town. Accordingly, the court reverses the lower court decision. So that's the end. Now, what I have left here are a couple of pages of recommendations from what I've learned in this, but I'm willing to put this off to later if you would like to go ahead. What's the, how do you feel?
You want to go?
I'm ready to go.
All right.
Okay.
It's your thing.
Right on.
Okay.
Well, it's your wife.
Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy Price. That was excellent. I hope to hear a little bit more. Hopefully that'll be helpful to the state of Vermont in some way. I don't know how many of you know this gentleman here, Guy Price. I met him in the spring at an event, and he did a most wonderful presentation on the Green Mountain Boys. And I asked him if he'd be able to speak a little bit on the Green Mountain Boys and election integrity. That's one of the reasons why I'm Vermont's #1 domestic terrorist, because I took that Green Mountain Boys flag and I raised it at the Capitol on January 6th. And Lord have mercy, because there might have been 150 Vermonters down there, but I was the only one that raised the Green Mountain Boys flag there. So we're going to go on to Guy Page, because his wife might get mad if he's late. I think this one's working,
Okay.
but if it's not, here.
Rohan, do I use this one here? Which one do I use? Oh, use both, okay. All right, very good. Yeah, so Guy Page, I publish Vermont Daily Chronicle, and yes, I remember talking on the Green Mountain Boys. So I've sort of spinning this off a little bit, and I'm talking about election integrity in history and what we can do now. Brian Judd brought up that really good point. What are you going to do now? Okay, so I've got a few suggested what we can do. So even before we were an actual country, Americans were a people that believed in fair representation. You remember that saying? No taxation without. Indeed, that became the war cry in the colonies 10 years before 1776. And the U.S. Constitution that they adopted enshrines free and fair elections. The Vermont Constitution of 1786 provided for universal adult male suffrage. One man, one vote. One citizen, one vote is what it became in 1919 when the woman got the suffrage. So the whole Vermont town meeting tradition, for example, everyone here been to a town meeting? Participated, I hope? All right, good. This assumes and protects the grassroots integrity of our elections. You speak, you listen, you vote, and the votes then are counted. You make the decision and you live with it. When I was a Justice of the Peace in Cambridge, in groups of two, one Republican, one Democrat, we would go up on the stage of the elementary school where the meetings were held, and we would count the votes while the voters watched. And now that is accountability. That is election integrity. We need more of that. Sometimes Vermonters have backed up their votes with the supreme sacrifice. It gives me chills every time I think about the election of 1864, which was decided by the soldiers of the Union Army. By this time, most of them had been in battle, in combat, the survivors, for 1 to 3 years. They knew if they voted yes for Abe Lincoln, it was going to be more of the same. More awful food, more sleeping outdoors, more getting bayoneted by the Confederates. Okay? This is what they faced. Or they could vote for McClellan and go home. And the Union would remain divided and the slaves would remain slaves. Vermont went 76% for Abraham Lincoln. And think about it, only the men were voting back then, right? And where were all the men? They were in the Army. So that Army, that's who decided that election. And they said, we will keep fighting. We will keep fighting. God bless them. The second highest total after Kansas was Vermont, saying yes to Abe Lincoln. Sometimes Vermont's voted on the losing side. For example, beginning in 1832, Maine always voted on the winning side of presidential elections. Every year, every 4 years, Maine won. And the saying became, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. Well, in 1936, Maine voted Republican, so did Vermont, and all the other states elected Democrat Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So, which caused FDR's campaign manager to quip, as Maine goes, so goes Vermont. But win or lose, we've never doubted the fairness of the results until now. Our legislature and our governor welcome non-citizen voting, in municipalities, which of course then have an effect on, for example, if you vote for a school budget, then it affects school funding. Okay, so there's no like this sacred circle being put around municipalities and it's not affecting anyone outside of the municipalities. Yes, it is. Okay, so we have mailed-in ballot laws that do not offer the most basic protections against ballot fraud. What we have is the Secretary of State who assures us that it's not going to be a problem. And you can't prove that it's been a problem. So stop telling us it's going to be a problem when, the very basic protections, no. And it isn't like Rob Roper and the Ethan Allen Institute didn't go into their committee meetings and say, look, here's a problem. If you don't do this, there's going to be ballot fraud. No. So a great lack of curiosity about potential ballot fraud is part of our mail-in ballot law. I saw it happen. But even even assuming good intentions, even the best intentioned laws can be misused. I give you Exhibit A, the anti-racketeering federal RICO laws. The RICO laws were passed so that they could prosecute the mob. And everyone went, yay, go get them. And they did. And then a few years later, they were used to prosecute anti-abortion protesters. I was one of them, actually. The Patriot Act was passed to stop Islamic terrorists. Yay! It's now being turned on Trump supporters. So the moral of that story is that the original intent matters less than the actual power a law gives to the government. Because if there's one thing we can believe, it's that someday someone in government will be tempted to misuse the power given for anti-democratic purposes. So like Brian Judd asked, Brian, you still here?
Yes.
Okay. Like he asked, okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? Well, I would suggest, I've got a couple possible what are you doings, what can you do's, and one of them is to join the system, is to be a justice of the peace. Last year we were counting votes in Berlin, so I got to be sort of there on the ground when there was, questionable votes or whatever. We could actually participate in counting them. I also got to look at the town's voting machines. And I cannot tell you how many times we've been told, there's no internet connection. These are just dumb counting machines. They're just calculators. There's no internet connection. Okay. Can I look at the machine? Well, all right, if you must. And I did, and darn it, but there was a little USB thing right in the back of the machine. A portal. I mean, there wasn't anyone in it. I don't know if anyone used it. But I know a USB portal when I see it. And that's what it was. So it does sort of make me wonder, okay? They are at least connectable one way or the other. So there's that. You can be a JP. The way you get to be a JP, a Justice of the Peace in Vermont, usually is you go to your town's GOP or Democratic committees because they pick the slate of candidates who will be up for election for the Justice of the Peace. That's just how it works in Vermont. So that is how you get to be a JP. And at least, I must say, at least one of the political parties, the GOP, is working hard this year on election integrity. They realized that maybe they were a day late and a dollar short last time, and they are working on this, local, state, national. So whatever your feelings might be about the GOP, they are trying to do something, and I would encourage you to contact them and get involved. The other thing is participating in your own town, either as a JP or as just an unofficial observer. Make yourself known that you will be watching. You don't need to be a jerk about it, but you can just try to be present as much as possible. You can volunteer. A simple thing would be, with our wonderful Attorney General deciding that people who vociferously push back against CRT at school board meetings are now suspected of being like, illegal actions and everything and domestic terrorists. I would strongly encourage you, everyone here has a school board, go to the school board meeting. Just go. And during the public comments, stand up and say, I just want you to know, if you do, I oppose CRT. I request all of your curriculum. I would like to see it. And me and my friends will be here. I know this is happening in some towns. And this is something you can do. And I've been on the other side there of, when they're watching, it's different. When someone is out there is watching, it puts a check in their spirit, as you might say. So I would encourage that. Another thing is just be your own media. This is, Vermont Daily Chronicle, all it is one guy on a laptop. Okay, I've got a journalism background, okay. I've sort of devoted a lot of time to this, but really, you can be your own media. One of the things that I see so many, for example, one real simple thing to do, and this is easy, everyone can do this. If you have ever shared a video, anyone here shared a video? Yeah. And have you said, watch this, or this is cool? Don't do that. Watch the video yourself, and then write one sentence about what this video is about. In this video, Dr. Peter McCullough explains why treatment rather than vaccine is more effective in fighting COVID-19. That's all you got to do. One sentence. And it's often even in the video. You can just cut and paste it and put it on there. But that tells me, oh, this is now worth my while. So that is just one simple, effective way you can become your own media. Because we need to be our own media, because they're not doing it anymore. One of the cool things this week that happened with Vermont Daily Chronicle is one of my stories got picked up by the Epoch Times. There was a link to it. They linked to my story. Yeah, isn't that cool? It was the one on Karen Scow, the poor woman who was assaulted by a crazy leftist. And then lost her job because she wouldn't wear a mask and couldn't get vaccinated. And they linked to that story. And then later on that week, the story I wrote a week or two ago about our Vermont's pandemic of the unvaccinated. Have you ever heard that expression before? The pandemic of the unvaccinated? I cannot tell you, because I listened to Governor Scott's press conferences, how many he just said, I'm sorry. How many times I've heard this expression, the pandemic of the unvaccinated. And so the little detail left out of their information was, okay, of the 33 deaths in September, how many were unvaccinated and how many were vaccinated? Oddly enough, that little detail wasn't in there. So I sent an email off to the PR guy, and he said, well, as a matter of fact, 25 of the deaths were vaccinated. Oh, 76%. And so I just wrote up a little statistical story, 76%, you know, no spin, no nothing, just the numbers, just the facts, ma'am. That got picked up by, let me see, Gateway Pundit, they did? I didn't know that. InfoWars apparently did, and someone else did, and someone else did. And I had, normally I get about 3,000 views a day. That's a really, really good day. Last week, Wednesday, I think I had 14,000 views. So, and thank you. And the reason that's really cool is this is local media, little humble local media. We are having, and I say we because many of you are readers, and if you're not, please see me after, and I'll be glad to sign you up and all. And you contribute news, and some of you are financial donors. Thank you very much. But we are contributing to the national news discussion. And they are contributing to us. And this whole big alternative state, local, national media is happening. It's popping up. Oh, just yesterday, you know, this whole craziness with Merrick Garland and the you know, if you go to the school board, you're a terrorist kind of thing. I can't tell you who he is, but he's a former very high-level state official, is also a cartoonist. And he wrote me a cartoon yesterday based on this. It inspired him. Merrick Garland inspired him to write a cartoon of the Tiananmen Square tank with a Vermont mom and a child standing in front of the tank. And the tank says, Biden DOJ, written on the side of it. That's going in tomorrow. You better believe it. And this would not happen if people didn't just say, you know what, I'm going to do something here. That guy decided to do something. Rohan here decided he was going to shoot these videos for us, and not just here, but a dozen different places. Yeah. And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We've all done something, and we can all be our own media in some way, according to our time and our gifts and everything. So please do that. And the last thing I want to say, how am I doing for time, Mark?
Right on.
Okay. And that's it. Don't give up. Don't give up. I could tell you, Winston Churchill, never give up, never give up. I could do that, but I won't. But you get the idea, because we don't know where this is going to end. There are a lot of people who are like you and me in Europe in the late 1940s as the socialist utopia descended on Eastern Europe, who thought, this is awful, this is terrible, but they fought it anyway. And there was a fellow, and one of the greatest, of course, was Alexander Solzhenitsyn, our Cavendish, Vermont resident. And the morning he was deported, the Russians finally said, we've had enough of you, get out, get out, get out. He wrote an op-ed for his readers, and he said, my brothers and sisters, whatever you do, live not by lies. If you hear a lie, call out that lie. If their language is a lie in itself, don't use their language. Oh, a wonderful example of that, I'm having so much fun with this, is, I don't know if you knew, but last Tuesday, the Climate Commission of Vermont scheduled a BIPOC-only public hearing for climate issues. Basically, white people, you can't come on. You can't participate. You can't talk. You're not welcome at our hearing. You can go to this other hearing in the back of the kitchen. Well, anyway, this other hearing, but you can't be on this one. And see, in my world, that's called discrimination. In their world, it's equity. Well, their language is wrong, it's a lie, and I'm going to register to participate in that meeting, and if they have another Zoom security issue, which they had to cancel their one last week for because they had a Zoom security issue, which is the wrong people signed up. The wrong skin color signed up. Well, then they'll just have to deal with that, won't they? So one of the points this book makes is people get together, usually in small groups, and they see what's going on. They judge what's going on. That's discrimination. And they act. They register to participate, for example. But that could apply to almost anything. I see that they're trying to squelch free speech at the school boards. I judge that this is disastrous for our country, and I will act. I will show up at our school board meeting. Okay? See, judge, act. And for me, it really helps that I know that I'm part of something a little bit bigger than the United States of America. For me, I'm part of a faith community that's part of a kingdom, a forever kingdom. And so I'm okay. And there are responsibilities that come with that, with speaking up, with staying true, with never giving up. And there's also great comfort in knowing that whatever happens here, it's the bottom of the ninth, God bats last. God bats last. He's going to win. So, Mark, that's all I got to say. Is there anyone who doesn't get Vermont Daily Chronicle? I will bring my sign-up sheet right back to you and anyone else who doesn't.
I get forwarded your stuff?
Well, I think you should give me your email address. Good. Great. Here you go, Mark. I'll do that while you do the next.
Thank you, Guy Page. That was very good, very good. I appreciate it very much.
One last thing. Savannah Quello of TPUSA told me that, yep, October 18th, Charlie Kirk, founder, is coming to UVM. You may or may not have heard, but the Antifa types went and got him kicked out of the Hilton on Battery Street. No. They caved, they welched. So, but they said, oh, he's coming. He's absolutely coming.
He can see in my house.
And it's going to be, Tom Licata beat you to it. Yeah. He's going to be speaking somewhere. He will be here on the 18th. And I have...
Will they send a notice where he's going to be at?
Yes, but what you're going to need to be doing is sort of watching social media, maybe contacting them.
You have it on your paper.
And I'm going to, assuming they give me all the information, yes. So you have to pass these out. Okay, Mark, I'm done.
You're all done?
Yeah.
You don't have Mike Lindell promo code? Come on, Guy, you're famous. You've been doing a good job. I like your article. I hear what he's saying about We Are the News. We got a pretty poor system in news here in America. In Vermont especially, we got the communist WCAX, we got the Vermont Digger, we got Front Porch Forum. None of them do diddly, although WCAX did put me on live at an interview from this spring saying that it was absolutely absurd to treat everybody like they had leprosy. You know, it's just wrong. They did put that on. I gave them a 10-minute interview, but they cut out a little 30-minute clip. My friend saw it. So I've been putting up videos and spreading news. I picked one video up. It was the U.S. Senate. I happened to pick it up before anybody else did, and it had 200,000 views in 3 weeks. That's the best one I had, but we can do this because we can be the news, and Guy Page is really helping with that. So Timothy Price, we're going to come back to Timothy Price for a little bit. Count too, but if the ballots are dead, you can't count them, right? Isn't that what Hillary does?
So they cut them off twice.
Do you need a microphone, Timothy? Rohan, do we got to make a shift to the other mic back there? Okay. So the machines were installed in Fairleigh to prevent this kind of problem, right?
The Supreme Court questioned that. Thank you, sir.
There's a lot of feedback on these machines. A lot.
Which one should I use? Use this one? All right. This is my takeaway, and I think it's applicable to the situation that we're in. The election law clearly is not conducive for citizens to find out how the BCA reported. As I indicated when I confronted the town clerk, she did not want the citizens to know that there had been miscounts in the Fairleigh election. So that needs to be corrected. When a statewide recount discloses errors in a town's reporting, it should be mandatory that the town review their other races. The state offering vote tabulators is not a remedy. When there is a crisis, the state will identify the cause and offer a remedy, further removing the opportunity to have direct local oversight in elections. It is necessary that the BCA knows that some races will be hand counted after a machine count, so that it is extremely risky for the BCA members to miscount votes. It is the intent of Vermont's Constitution for the citizens of the state to have control of their government and for the officials to make every effort to remedy their reasonable concerns. The Fairly Select Board, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General might be characterized as being proactive of their positions while not acting in the interests of the public. Why did the town clerk destroy the ballots after promising to allow their re-examination? You know, if she was worried about election law, she was perfectly capable of simply holding the ballots in the vault until it came to a resolution. There was no urge legally for her to destroy the ballots. Why did the town BCA advise their destruction while subject of court proceedings? This was the excuse that she gave. She said the Board of Civil Authority and the Select Board particularly wanted them destroyed. Why did the town of Fairleigh spend $4,000 to keep the ballots from being re-examined? That's the biggest question I have as a citizen of the town. And why was the evidence destroyed essential for the purposes of my claim? Voters that I have discussed this with expressed their concern that they were not informed of the voting errors by the town's BCA. The process of democracy can only be effective if the voters are informed of the actions of their officials, so they can be voted out of office if warranted. Elections must be transparent with direct supervision at the local level. Ballots must be regarded as public documents, which they are now. Ballots must never be destroyed while PRA requests are pending. Whenever a statewide recount reveals errors in one race, the town must recount all the races. If machines are used, then 3 races must be hand counted to verify the accuracy of the machines. After a recount, the clerk must publish in the local paper and shall post in 3 public places and to the chair of political parties within 1 day the results of the recount. This is necessary in order to report errors in a timely manner. Citizen voters need to be informed of their officials' performance. That's it.
How can I get a copy of that lessons learned, Timothy, right here?
Do you have a thumb drive, or if you email me on the audit chat, if you just message me on the audit chat, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Is that okay? I don't know how you turn this off.
Oh, it's over?
That's it.
You got it, Tim? All done, the end? What, hello?
I think that's enough. I have a segment of me bringing up. I confronted the officers.
You want to use a microphone?
Yeah, we can't hear you. I had to push a button to make it turn on.
At the 2009 town meeting, I asked the chairman of the select board why it was necessary for them to fight my request for ballots, and the chairman of the select board said that whenever a town is sued, they have to defend themselves. And I said, defend yourself from what? And the clerk's husband said, from you, Tim. And I said, for me, the only thing I was doing was asking to have the ballots recounted, which the Board of Civil Authority wanted and the clerk wanted. So why did you spend $4,000 just to keep us from looking at those ballots? And the chairman of the select board simply repeated, whenever a town is sued, it must defend itself. And that was the only reply he had.
week. So Tim, the suggestions, the things that you learned, are they law yet? Or is that something as?
What is law is that public records, once the ballots are public records, they are sealed until the end of the required retention period, whether it's 90 days for local elections, state elections, or 22 months if it's a federal election. But once those ballots are released, if there is a PRA request, they have to be surrendered to you. So this is my suggestion. I don't know how we are going to get a Vermont audit. But the first thing I would do is for every precinct in the state to make a formal public records request to their town clerk. Once that's done, nothing can be destroyed. That request is in, they have to be surrendered to you. That's the first thing the Supreme Court has guaranteed to us as citizens. So we may have other ways of going about it, but it's not that long before the 22 months is up. It's going to be next September 4th, I believe, from this last election. That's going to come by pretty fast. You know how slow the legal system works. So if every town had a request for access to those ballots, that would put an end to their destruction. And they have to be surrendered to you according to the Supreme Court. So that's one avenue, is all I'm saying. And I hope there are others and better ones. But if we did that now, we know that works. So
Get those records before they're unsealed? I mean, is there a way to do that?
the request has to be in before the records are unsealed, and it does not have to go through the court. You can make a public records request without bothering with the courts.
But can you get them before they're unsealed? Is that?
Pardon me? It has to be made before the records are unsealed, yeah.
But can you get the records before they're unsealed?
No,
Is that like court
not the current status. Now, what Arizona and you know, Michigan and other states are doing, I don't know. The law reads, if you read election law, the only way that you can get to the ballots before they're unsealed is if there is a committee from the legislature that is authorized to get the ballots. You can do it that way.
You can't do it under court order?
Well, you have to get a court order.
Well, yeah.
You have to sue the town and all that, you know. But what I'm saying is that the prescribed way of doing it is to get the legislature, to get a committee from the legislature to ask for the ballots. But in our legislature, I don't think we have a prayer.
And you have to do that in 10 days somehow.
Excuse me?
I said you have to do that in 10 days somehow.
That's right. 10 days from the town that it, I'm not sure what the 10 days is from. I would think it would be from the time that the election recount has been announced, which was December 21st, which is a terrible time to try to get any work done.
Well, it seems designed this way. Because when you read
I
the
think so.
statutes-
If you read all of this really carefully, they have had years, both parties have had years to work out exactly how you do this. And the citizens really are clueless.
Can we come back to the Q&A after?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Hello, we're at right around 3 o'clock, and I think we might all be due for a break. If Timothy Price is willing to do some more questions later on, I think we should have a little break and carry on with things, and
It's 3 o'clock.
et cetera, et cetera. Mike Hall is sitting there waiting patiently. We put him off for Guy Page. Why don't we take 10 minutes or so? Thanks.
VT Livestream specializes in video streaming live events in real time with the utmost care and accuracy. We pride ourselves in our ability to connect friends and family virtually so they can share in life's most treasured moments. Weddings, birthdays, memorial services, sporting events, or conferences. Whatever the event, whatever moment you would like to share with your loved ones far away, we can help.
Who has passed on is an important part of keeping their legacy alive. Introducing Vermont Obituaries, a video obituary which allows you to capture the spirit of the loved one who has passed with a custom, visual, and personal story of the deceased biography, genealogy, achievements, surviving family, date and time of a memorial service, and donation requests. With a click of a button, your beautiful video obituary can be shared online, submitted to a newspaper, or posted via social media to notify others of their passing. Please contact us for more information, and thank you for watching.
Yeah, I met this wonderful 90-year-old lady up in Richford, Vermont on the Canadian border, and she had her Trump flag out. She popped her face out the window and she said, "Trump won, he got 90 million votes just like Ronald Reagan. I've been watching Mike Lindell. I've been watching the Arizona audits, that Mitch McConnell and Mike Pence. Oh boy." And she wouldn't let me go. She's stepping out of the rain here and standing in 20 minutes I talked to her. "You go on down to the Shell station and you talk to John. Tell him Alice sent you." It's like, whoa. Alice, thank you. We did. We went and asked Alice. She had her Trump flag out and she told us that Trump won. So we're live streaming here on Rebirth the Media, LLC, courtesy of Rohan, and Vermont live stream on Facebook. I didn't realize we were live streaming, but so far we are. I think we should resume this event with the esteemed Mike Hall, very respected member of the community down there in Sunderland, Vermont, and former chief of police of Manchester for God knows how many years. He ran for Vermont State Senate last year. I've come to know and respect the man very much. You ready, Mike?
Ready.
You got your Mike Lindell promo code ready?
Yeah, I set my timer. Okay. Okay. So if I run over too far, my timer's going to go off and I'll leave you alone. So thanks, Mark, for the invitation here today to speak to the folks here. Appreciate the opportunity to kind of vent, and I guess that's what I would have to call this, but we'll call it a presentation instead. A little bit about myself. I'm a native Vermonter, born and raised in southern Vermont. Grew up, graduated from high school back in the mid-70s, and I tell people during that time, as a Vermont blue-collar family kid, you had one of three choices. You either went in the service, went to work, or went to school, and I'd had about enough of that schooling business. I sure the hell weren't going to go in the service right on the heels of the Vietnam War when I saw all my friends coming back with all the kind of problems and the hatred and the way they got treated. So I went to work, and I'll be goddamn, I've been doing it ever since. And to be honest with you, I'm getting a little tired of holding down one or three or four jobs. And so I spent the vast majority of my career in police work. And you know, one of the things that I found was that I was really good at it. And the reason why I was good at it is because I'm a people person. And I may not be the best educated guy, but I have a lot of common sense. And one of the things that I tell people, and I think Guy Page touched on it a little bit, is, you know, as an investigator, I used to tell everybody that I work with, it's not what people tell you, it's what they don't tell you. And I have this theory that I call lies by omission, which is what our media is really responsible about today. You know, if I witness a crime and I know what caused, who killed who, or whatever the case may be, and I know the details, and it's the police job to figure it out, and I know information about that, and I don't disclose it to them, that's a lie by omission. You have the ability to correct something that's wrong, but you've chosen to do it by not saying anything. That's been a big issue with me most of my life. And I'll tell you, a lot of people don't like me because as the retired chief from Manchester, I tell people, most people that don't like me because I say what they're thinking. And I got either the intestinal fortitude or the stupidity, whichever it might be, to tell people the way it is. And, you know, if they don't like it, they can join the ranks of the other people who don't like me. And quite honestly, I'm not going to cry about it. But so a little bit about what I've seen happening here. And again, I'm not the smartest guy here, but what I will tell people is this. What's very important that's taken place in our society today is that the good people are remaining silent, and they're not speaking up, and they're not taking charge of situations when things are not right. When I became the chief of police back in 2011, I think it was, I came into an organization that I really felt pretty good about coming on, getting the chief's position. I'd worked with the department at that time for over 25 years, and I knew pretty much all the ins and outs. And I said, well, this will be good because I can finally take this position that I really didn't care whether I had it or not. But typically in Vermont, when we hire a new police chief, we go outside of the state of Vermont, hire somebody that's got a menagerie of issues that followed them from their last job, but we give them a job here in Vermont. They last about 2 or 3 years. They either quit, retire again, or leave. And I said, you know what, I'm not going to be the chief and fall in second in command to somebody else who's, you know, I'm the real chief, but I'm just following somebody else's call. So I took the position, and lo and behold, almost immediately upon my first meeting with the Association of the Chiefs of Police in Vermont, I've probably met one of the biggest disappointments that I've ever had in my life. And that was, here I thought that I was going to become part of a group of people that were going to stand up and tell the people, you know, we work for the public, and our job is to protect the public from bad people and to do the right thing at all costs. And sometimes that means not doing anything at all. And but what I found out was that they didn't have any fortitude or any real commitment to standing up. And quite frankly, most of them are yes men. So I said to them, I said, well, listen, guys, I think I got your answer. You got a guy here, his name's Mike Hall. He's kind of a stupid bastard in some regard. But I said, he's the kind of guy that'll stand up and stand in front of a group of people that are not going to like what he's going to say and doesn't care. As long as I can go to bed that night and know that what I said was true and what I did was in the best interest of the people that I work for. And I said, I'm willing to be your point guy. Put me in charge as your spokesperson, and provided that I agree with it, I'll carry your message wherever it goes. Well, guess what? Used to be, if you joined the chiefs of police ranks, you were the third vice president, and by the time it came 2 or 3 years down the road, you were the president of the Chiefs Association because you had had time to acclimate yourself to the process. That didn't happen with me. What happened was somebody somewhere along the line said, we got to get this guy out of circulation here because, and I know who it was, but I'll just, don't want to mention any names because they work in the state politics now. But anyway, so they changed it, and all of a sudden, I weren't even on the list to become even secretary, and I was like, God damn, that didn't work out the way that's supposed to work. But anyway, that gives you the idea, because I was telling these guys, I said, let me just give you a little background. I've been following politics since I was probably about 25 years old. And I could see what was happening. And we, you know, the whole Black Lives Matter thing, the whole racial bias stuff, people thought that this just all came up after George Floyd got killed and all the bad things with Mike Brown, you know, all the big kid that tried to disarm a police officer and all that sort of stuff. And then he came back to try to beat on the cop again and ended up getting shot and killed. But a lot of people think that that just came out overnight. This did not come out overnight, folks. This has been in the works for a while. And with that, along with the election integrity and stuff. This is, and I'm not a conspiracy nut, I don't sleep with tinfoil over my head at night or any of that stuff, but they have been aligning things in a position for quite some time. And, you know, what I will tell you is that the biggest obstacle that I see that we as concerned Vermonters have and should be addressing is getting people to participate in the process. And I'm the one guy that will tell you that the vast majority of people I talk to before I get through with my conversation with them is, do you vote? And you will be surprised how many people say, well, no, I don't. Not going to make any difference, yada, yada, yada. Well, I think we've got a good number of people that are participating in our electoral process today, but we need to get more. We need to get people off the couch, off the easy chair, and get them out there to vote. And the one thing that I talk to and talk about a lot is, you know, a lot of the people that don't go out and vote are recipients of some of these liberal programs that they've got. And, you know, I could stand up here and talk for hours about that, but that's another topic. But what I will tell you is that the state of Vermont in no way, shape, or form is interested in what the end result of your tax dollar bill is going to be when it comes to the programs. You know, they literally throw millions upon millions of dollars away every year on programs that aren't going to work. And now with this COVID money, it's gotten even worse because they're throwing money around like it means nothing. And, you know, when I got ready to retire, about 3 or 4 years before that, I actually started an organization called the Vermont Police Coalition. And the purpose of that was to be able to give law enforcement a voice in Vermont with some ability to remain anonymous. The problem with that was that nobody wants to join. And I'd go around the police departments and talk to the administrative staff, and I'd talk to the officers, and everybody is afraid to do anything. Folks, I'm going to tell you as I stand here today, the police in this state don't say anything because they've been muzzled, and they've been muzzled, if nothing else, by way of fear. And that fear is that if you stand up for anything that makes sense or is conservative or is anti, you know, establishment, they're going to come after you. And, you know, they've come after me, but what they didn't know is, and I tell people, you know, I spent the majority of my life running into fights. I'm not about ready to start running away from them. And I'm the kind of guy that if I have to go into a bar and remove somebody, I always pick the biggest guy first because I figure it'll get easier from there. And, you know, the one thing that I will tell you is that they don't like people like me. They don't like people that will stand there and question them. It might be a little intimidating, but there wasn't anything there. It was just more smoke and mirrors. To give you a real sort of quick synopsis of what that is, that if you spend over $500 on any kind of campaign mailing where you name your candidate, you have to name them and let them know by way of an email that you mentioned their name in your campaign. So being the poor running guy that I am, I didn't have a lot of money. And by the way, that's one thing I will tell you, it takes a lot of money to run one of these campaigns, typically somewhere between $7,500 to $10,000 to be successful. But anyway, I put all these mailings together along with another person who happens to be my wife, and we ended up having to take them individually to each post office and drop them off by zip code, by route, all sorted out, 152 for this one, 153. So I didn't file this, quote, mandated reporting thing. And which I didn't have to because it didn't meet the state law. And next thing I know, I get notified by the state attorney general's office that I'm under investigation for failing to report this to the state of Vermont. So I go back and forth with whatever the guy's name is there, Isabel or whoever. And I said to him, I said, well, you know, as somebody that enforced the law for 40 years, I'm pretty good at reading the law, and I don't fall under that guideline of that because there were 9 different post offices. The mailings all took place over a 3-day period, and there were like 29 different mailings. So none of them, and each one of them was individual and had to be paid for individually, so it doesn't qualify. And he said, well, you know, that depends on how you look at it. I said, no, that's how it is. Well, lo and behold, they did their little investigation, and they came back and they said, well, we have consulted with the state attorney or the Secretary of State's office. This is the AG's office. We consulted with the Secretary of State's office, and we are of the opinion that you have to do this, and if you're willing to do this, this will go away. And I said, well, what is this? Well, if you send Senator Sears and Brian Campion an email and file the appropriate report, we'll consider the matter closed. So I said, well, first of all, let me say this to you. The complaint that you received was sent on State of Vermont email by Senator Sears to the Secretary of State, addressing him by his first name, and signed by Dick, head of the Senate Judiciary Committee. So I understand that you guys really couldn't do much other than to follow through with this. But my second question is that then he communicates with the Attorney General's office based on your recommendations to file a complaint. Now, I'm a big boy. I'm not going to claim foul politics. I'm not going to play that game. But I am going to tell you that in a way to settle this and get it done, because I'm trying to run a campaign here, and this is more of a distraction than it is anything else. I will do what you're asking me for, but I'm going to follow it up in writing by indicating that in no way, shape, or form do I consider this to be an admission of guilt or anything. I'm just doing it just because it's a simple solution to do it. So I did that. So my first question, and I didn't pursue it because I was deep into the campaign trying to do all this stuff, but how many campaign violations were filed in the state of Vermont last year when it came to campaign finance? And the total amount of money that I spent on this mailing, I think, was like $800 or $900. And to be honest with you, what I saw that as a way of making things complicated. You know, it's hard enough to get people to run for state office or local office. But when you're going to start playing around and jerking the small little guy around on such trivial issues as that, why you've got a multi-million-dollar fraud going on up in the Northeast Kingdom that our state attorney general can't get off his ass and do something about. Excuse me, but I think you've got better things to be doing. And what I would tell people is that if you're so inclined to run for any of these positions, be prepared for a little bit of pushback, especially if you're going to take the high ground and you're going to challenge these people. You know, when I was a police chief, I went up during the whole marijuana debate, and I sat in Senate Judiciary, and I told Jeanette White and a bunch of them up there that, you know, hey, listen, this is going to be on your guys' hands. If you pass this bill, we're going to end up with people getting killed. I don't care what you care. I don't care what your preference is with the marijuana stuff. You've decriminalized it. Leave it alone. You know, the police aren't out there jacking some 14-year-old kid up on the drugs. If we are, we're contacting the parents. But anyway, so I told them that, you know, hey, listen, if you guys pass this, just remember, in the event that I get a carload of dead kids, I'm going to tell people who they need to call. Well, guess what? 2 or 3 days later, I heard that they were actually thinking of creating a rule where police officers couldn't testify in the legislature up there in uniform because they felt it was intimidating. And I said, please, please pass that, because I will be the first guy up there in uniform. I prefer felt-lined handcuffs, but I'm going to have CNN and everybody else up there. If you think that you're going to, if you can't take testimony in a state office by a police officer without feeling like you are being threatened, you shouldn't be in office. So, you know, the more I learned about these people, the more I learned that they're up there with one agenda, and their agenda is to pass whatever bills they want. And with this, and I'll wrap up here because I know we need to get going. The state position on most of the things that, there we go. The state position on most of the things that are taking place today is, this past legislative session is a good example. As a police officer and the head, the executive director, you can do that when you run the foundation and you're the only guy that's doing it. You can be whatever you want. So I thought executive director sounded good. And so anyway, try to get on the schedule for the Zoom meeting. You know, what they did this past legislative session was disgusting. They circumvented the entire legislative process. You couldn't get on a meeting schedule, and if you got on a meeting schedule, the schedule would change, you know, because I tried to stay current with the law enforcement type stuff. You couldn't get on it, and if you did, it would change. It'd be like 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock on Wednesday, Senate Judiciary is going to hear this proposal. Well, guess what? Come Wednesday morning or whenever it was due to be scheduled, all that's been changed to Thursday at 2 o'clock. Well, you know what? Maybe Thursday at 2 o'clock I can't make it. There's a reason why you have an agenda, and they should be required by law to stick to it. What they are doing is they're using the COVID situation as a way of ramrodding these things through. And nobody's questioned that. I've questioned it. I've talked to different people, and I've yet to have an answer about it. But what I would tell people is watch what's coming out of Montpelier. I'm telling you, don't worry about the stuff that WCAX is putting on TV. That's the least of your worries. What you need to be concerned about is what they're not telling you that's taking place up there, that's getting slipped in around the back door. And with that, thank you very much for listening to my rant. I'm probably going to be around again. I'm going to be running for the state Senate's position again when it comes up. I don't know, maybe I'll do another mailing, but if I do, I'll probably do it the same way I did it the last time. I'm a stickler for following the law. I'll do it, but I don't believe in flexing the law to meet somebody else's expectations. When you start doing that, that's how things go sideways. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you, Mike Hall. Thank you very much. I'm curious that there was no mention of that mailing that, Who? What? Oh, okay. Remember there was a mailing you mentioned that went out that was not from you, that kind of made you look bad? That's some dirty politics. That goes back to cleaning our own house. We can't clean the Democrats' house, but we can clean our own house. And there are things going on. There are things going on, very much so. How do you like me now, Joe Benning? How about the Facebook Warriors? What do you think? And for that, I'd like to introduce Colleen Harrington, number 2 Vermont domestic terrorist.
There we go. For the last probably 4 years, I've been looking into our elections. And basically, what I've discovered is that we have a lot of problems. And there's two very big categories for fraud, and those encompass organic and machine. Vermont has a subjective standard that voters with intent determines their residency. That's one of our subjects. The subjective standard is what they determine if you're actually a resident and what your intent is. If a voter has two homes, you have to decide what your primary residence is and where you're going to choose to vote and pay taxes and call your primary residence. There are some special cases. It's mostly military and ex parte people who live outside the country. If the voter considers Vermont to be his or her primary residence, that's where they're allowed to vote. But there's the four categories actually are what are in our laws that establish residency. One is whether you're a citizen of the United States. Two is that you're a resident of Vermont. And three is that you've taken the voter's oath. And four is, of course, if you're 18. And anyone meeting these requirements are able to vote. And there's a lot of things that we've discussed in the past about colleges and college students and whether they can vote. And what it comes down to is a Supreme Court decision, and we're going to talk about the Supreme Court. And the Vermont statutes define residency as follows. And that is that a resident shall mean a person who is domiciled in the town as evidenced by an intent to maintain a principal dwelling place in a town indefinitely and to return there if temporarily absent, coupled with an act or acts consistent with that intent. And that is very, very crucial, because Vermont election law defines a resident as exactly the same. And they're just not following those guidelines. So if a voter considers Vermont his primary residence, they can vote there. But the case that decided that was Chivalhood versus Davis. And that case went to the Supreme Court, and originally it was done as a class action. But the class action changed into only include 5 Middlebury College students. And they refined that down to just those 5 students because they actually did reside in the state of Vermont, and they had the intent of staying there after graduation, which is what is needed, is the intent. You cannot have the intent not to go and stay in the state. And it has to, you can't just say, well, I'm going to stay till the end of college. No. Your intent has to be after college that you stay and are going to be part of that community that you're trying to vote in. And the plaintiff's name, they originally sought to maintain this action on behalf of all students who attend institutions of learning within the state of Vermont and who wish to register and vote in the communities. So, where they attend school. But the problem is the court decided to limit that to those students physically residing in the town of Middlebury. And the Middlebury Board of Civil Authority, in examining voter applications, they limit various types of relief to various class members. And the preliminary injunction permitted them to vote in the special election that was being held on January 7th for the voting on the local charter question. They also, the regular town meeting that was scheduled for early March, they allowed them to, they wanted to vote in that, and it was anticipated that a final order wouldn't be entered in before that meeting. So the court ordered that they would be allowed to vote in those elections, but that was temporary relief, and it had nothing to do with the final disposition. So the decision did not serve any proprietary of a preliminary injunction, and it did not reflect their opinion on the merits of the final relief. It was improperly interpreted in the standards by law, which it was to evaluate the plaintiff's applications. The Board of Civil Authority, they said they were too strict in the interpretation of permanently residing. Because, I mean, you know, you could think you're going to stay forever someplace, but 5 years down the road, you might change your mind and decide to go elsewhere. And domicile is largely a question of fact to be ascertained by the Middlebury's Board of Civil Authority. And this is right after Chivalhood versus Davis, right out of the decision. And the 17 VSA requires that the Middlebury Board of Civil Authority, in determining domicile, must determine whether an individual is domiciled in Middlebury as his permanent dwelling place with the intention of remaining there indefinitely or returning there if necessary. And thus an individual's knowledge that he will graduate from an institution of learning and may possibly leave Middlebury after his graduation does not in itself preclude him from obtaining domicile in Middlebury if he has no definite plans to leave the town and move elsewhere. And that's kind of key too. As long as he doesn't have a plan of where he's going when he leaves school. If you're going to move to Canada, you can't keep voting in Vermont. And we actually have people that do that. Presently, they have to intend to return to Middlebury after graduation from graduate school. So graduate school is an exception. If you have an apartment in Vermont and you're living there and you graduate school, but you have the intention of coming back and making that your home, you can still vote there. And because of, as previously noted, domicile is largely a question for fact of the board's determination, this court will not presently attempt to set forth exhaustive guidelines for the determination of domicile. And this paragraph that is coming up right next here is so important to everything, because they have used this case to skirt around college kids voting for at least the past 20 years. And the fact that a student lives in a dormitory, is unmarried, is supported financially by his parents who live elsewhere, would be considered a minor in the state in which his parents live, and occasionally visits his parents. Even if all these factors occur together, it's not alone sufficient to prevent domicile in the town in which the student attends school. Although these factors may be considered together with other relevant evidence, furthermore, although we do not imply that the board has considered them to be relevant, we think it is important to note that such factors as a lack of a Vermont driver's license or car registration are irrelevant, and this is the key, unless the individual has a license or registration in another state. And I know where I come from in southern Vermont, Bennington College specifically, 97% of their enrollment is from out of state and they have a 14% international student base, and all of them have out-of-state licenses. So, in conclusion, we think it's appropriate, and this was their wrap-up, we think it's appropriate to note that the Middlebury Board of Civil Authority, according to the evidence now available to this court, has apparently attempted to apply the law conscientiously as it understood it. However, it is clear that the board has applied erroneous standards. So, they were basically going on the fact that you had to be living there permanently. But permanent can mean anything. Permanent can mean you plan on staying there, but then something, life happens or some circumstance comes up and you move. Well, and if that's the case, while you were domiciled, held a residence, and paid bills there, you are allowed to vote there. And that's a big factor in everywhere. That's how you determine your residence. If they were all residents, they wouldn't have to pay in out-of-state tuition. And, you know, otherwise that wouldn't happen. There'd be no out-of-state tuition. And it's also important that the argument that college students very seldom have a close nexus with the communities in which they reside while attending school and are more transitory as a group, other than many other segments of the population, they looked at that and they said, well, that's not really true anymore. And they felt that a lot of college students sometimes stay in the communities where they've gone to college, maybe graduate school too, and they end up staying in those communities. And those students, under this decision, can vote. But that's not really what happens in a lot of our colleges. As all of you know, there's not a lot of jobs available here, and they leave. They graduate and they go someplace where the money is, where they can make money, and you know, a better atmosphere. I mean, what's there to do in Vermont? You know, and Bennington College is mostly an art school. You know, you're not going to get a dancing spot from a high prestigious art school if you're, you know, in Bennington. You know, we don't even have stores left hardly. You have to go out of town to buy a shirt. You know, and another question was I found as I was investigating, there was the college students who never had residency in Vermont, but yeah, they were voting. I have one person specifically in mind when I'm talking about this, but there were numerous people. She went to Bennington College in 1968. She started there. 1972, she graduated. She left Bennington, and she went for 2 years to a graduate school out of Vermont. She came back to Vermont and slept on her boyfriend's mother's couch for 2 months while they looked for permanent employment in Canada, and she's lived there in Canada for the last 45 years and voted in every one of our elections. So that's not a strange occurrence. That's happening regularly. And military personnel, they don't usually pull anything. Not that I saw. I didn't see any expatriate military people who were not voting where they should be. And maybe there is some, but I did not find them. And, you know, they go on to just discuss that the college students sometimes they're well aware of and concerned about local issues in the communities they're living in, and that's where they're going to stay, and that's where they want to vote to make a difference, and they have little knowledge about what's going on where they came from their parents, perspective and may not know the issues in the community. So, I mean, if they planned on staying here and had an apartment, and like I said, that does give you residency. And, but if they have no intention of staying, then they're not able to vote here. And it went on to state that Middlebury Board of Civil Authority preliminarily enjoined from refusing to place on the voter checklist for the town of Middlebury the names of all those students physically residing in Middlebury, not on the college campus, physically residing, which means you have an apartment with an address. And I have fought with Will Senning for probably 3 years now, and next week I'm going to file again. But specifically, there are penalties upon officers, and the presiding officer in a local preliminary or general election who knowingly receives and counts a vote from a person not a qualified voter or knowingly receives from a voter at any one balloting for the same office more than one vote shall be fined. And they list the fines out. And in Will Senning's email, I asked him, what agency is responsible for the computer glitch in our elections process? Because in 2020, there was a supposed computer glitch. What I found out after researching it, it wasn't per se a computer glitch, but what had been asked of the town clerks is they don't turn in their participation reports. And the participation reports encompass all the votes that came in on election day, including people who walked in and voted. And they wanted those numbers held. So that's why all our town clerks go on vacation immediately after elections. Mine does too. And she makes $100,000. So none of her reports are done, and she leaves. She went to the Bahamas. And what Will Senning wrote back to me is the Secretary of State's office is responsible for maintenance of the voting machines and other election systems. And as I researched, I found out that was not true either. So, and that's why I had a lawsuit on him, Will Senning, but I found out that I had sued the wrong party because we don't hold any of our election stuff, which I'll bring up after, but our election stuff is handled out of state. All the maintenance for our machines, the memory cards, everything is taken care of. Isabel Adler, she was another college student. She was attended Bennington College for 2 semesters and went back to Los Angeles where she lives. And she voted here the entire time she was here.
How'd you find that out?
Research, lots of it. It is public record, right.
Did she vote in LA too?
I don't know because we don't check that. Nobody does. So, there's a lot of processes I went through to check all this. And if anyone is interested or would like to do their own towns, I am more than willing to show you what reports you need and how to do it. And this is the Will Senning email. These are just the offenses, the laws, and Will Senning is down below. And then right after Will Senning, we're going to go into the Windham, New Hampshire election. And the reason that I really focus specifically on Windham, New Hampshire and what happened there is because they are the exact same machines we use. The exact same company is responsible for them. And it's one guy, and his name is Jeff Silvestro. And we don't have access to any of our memory cards, because I asked for a ballot image. And the reason, I did it under a public records act, and I asked for a ballot image, because with that ballot image, I am able to see if the weighted race feature, which I'm going to explain what that is. But what I wanted was to see if the weighted race feature was turned on, which employs decimal fractionalized system where one vote no longer equals one vote. And in the executive summary of the New Hampshire audit, the audit addressed the unusual numerical disparity between the originally reported results for the November 2020 contest for New Hampshire State Representative in Rockingham County District 7 and the official hand recount results for that contest. And this audit found that the primary root of the discrepancy were the folds through the vote targets on some absentee ballots, largely resulting from using a machine to fold absentee ballots. That folding machine, leased by the town for other purposes, did not fold ballots along the scored lines between vote targets where the ballots were designed to be folded. Instead, it often folded ballots through the targets in the state representative contest, which the scanners interpreted as vote attempts a substantial fraction of the time. 44% of folds through targets were interpreted as marked ovals in November. 44%. Experiments conducted during the audit exhibited rates of about 20% to more than 72%. The problem may have been exacerbated by inadequate maintenance that allowed a buildup of white powder inside the scanners, obstructing the lenses. It also affected the gubernatorial contest, but less frequently. Now, remember all that, and then remember who's responsible for the maintenance of the machines and who prints our ballots. That's the first thing I asked. Where did they come from? And as the audit progressed, the auditors blamed ballot folds for a folding machine borrowed from the Department of Motor Vehicles due to COVID-19 as the cause of issues with absentee ballots. They were quick to point out it was an issue isolated to Windham, with no statewide implications, despite the fact that Philip Stark described an astonishing error rate ranging from 25 to 72% due to ballot folding. This conclusion didn't sit well with the voters of New Hampshire. When the audit wrapped up in the end of May, the team had dwindled from 3 to 1, with computer programmer and voting machine hacker Harry Hurstu managing the audit by himself. Worries of him working alone, he said, were unwarranted due to security cameras. The day after the audit was over, Marilyn Todd of the New Hampshire Voter Integrity Group spotted highly questionable activity on photographs she had taken of the voting machine tapes, raising questions about whether the machines and memory cards had been tampered with, as well as additional concerns over the role of Jeff Silvestro of LHS Associates in New England's elections. And then I had to find out who exactly was LHS. And LHS Associates was founded in 1972 in Andover, Mass. As Lynn Hawes Services, the largest provider of election services in the northeastern U.S., serving more than 750 towns, cities, counties, and unions throughout New England and New York. LHS was marketed AccuVote tabulating systems. The ImageCast line, which is probably what they're going to try to stick on us next. The ImageCast line of products by Dominion Voting Systems, because they're about to change all of our machines again. Well, not again. They have never been changed since 1998, despite having $3 million every 2 years from HAVA grants to upgrade computer election machines and provide better security. So where that money has gone for over the past 10 years that I tracked, I'm not really sure, because we haven't seen any updates in Bennington, at least. I don't know where else. But these products are among the most advanced technologies on the market. In reality, this is what they really are. The stunning conclusion provided by the Wyndham audit determined that the machines were tricked by the creases in mail-in ballots to the detriment of Republican candidates. The creases resulted in overvotes that crushingly affected straight-ticket Republican ballots in particular. This revelation is news to the public, but they knew it. But our trusted politicians and Jeff Silvestro of LHS Associates knew this would happen months before the election occurred. Irrespective of their knowledge, they collectively committed gross negligence when they failed to implement corrections that would have protected the voters of New Hampshire. Moreover, Philip Aberecht, chairman of the Wyndham Republican Town Committee, reported yesterday that the function of rejecting overvotes was turned off per the state's request. Found on the Secretary of State's website under sos.newhampshire.gov, minutes of May 19th, 2020, were the transcribed minutes of the meeting for the Select Committee on 2020 Emergency Election Support held on May 19, 2020 at 2 p.m. This meeting was convened to determine how to implement COVID-19 mandates, such as PPE requirements and sanitizing protocol for the November 3rd election proceedings. There was a question and answer format and discussion surrounding the anticipated influx of the mail-in votes. All of the participants were clearly listed at the top of the minutes, to include the House Election Law Committee Chair, Republican Barbara Griffin, a Republican, remember that. David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State Orville Bud Fitch, Legal Counsel to the Secretary of State Nicholas Jong Yen, Assistant Attorney General, among others, except one. There is one person not listed as either member or participating, but who piped into the meeting unexpectedly, pages deep into the transcribed scroll. That person was Jeff Silvestro, president of LHS Associates. The transcription refers to him as Jeff Silvestro of AHI Associates. AHI is not a keystroke combination indicative of a typo, not even close. His participation in the meeting, though seemingly covert, was instrumental toward the production and decision-making concerns of the ballots used in the 2020 general election. So he not only controls our machines, not only controls the memory cards that are used and programs them, but he also is making decisions as to the ballots that were used. When a question was posed about the absentee ballots and whether or not they ought to consider using manila envelopes for people to remit the ballots to avoid having to fold them, Silvestro drew from his pre-existing knowledge. Folded ballots always have a higher possibility of being misread or rejected. The creases can cause shadowing and result in misreading rejection, Silvestro said. I'd like to see less folded ballots, but I don't think it's possible with what we're trying to accomplish, he said. Doesn't that make you wonder? What's he trying to accomplish? And that's exactly it. What were they trying to accomplish? Why did they not eliminate the problem entirely and go with manila envelopes? And this is their answer to that. Postage would probably get cost prohibited. There you have it. A larger envelope to protect New Hampshire's votes was cost prohibitive. His statement all but predicted the mass election integrity problem in which we currently find ourselves, yet nothing was done to prevent it. The sheer number of absentee ballots printed in advance of the 2020 election should have been the driving force to inform the public on the impending problem and implement safeguards. Instead, they concealed the issue and disabled computer technology that was an existing and actual safeguard. Design and printing of these ballots with the manner in which the machines were programmed to receive them would prove integral to the Wyndham audit results. So who prints the ballots? It's been reported that Evans Printing Company in Bow, New Hampshire is the non-certified company that prints our federal election ballots. But who provides them with the design and copy? Well, you know who. Buried deep within the scroll of the transcribed minutes of May 19, 2020, Silvestro provides the seminal information. There are technical limitations within the programming software that designs the ballots and the code which goes around the perimeter and the back of the ballot, he said. Strangely and out of nowhere, Barbara Griffin, whose involvement we'll discuss later, changed the subject completely when she asked Silvestro about putting a sheet of paper onto each voting station surface for the in-person booths. Not so fast, Barbara. What about his answer? Programming software. Codes around the perimeter and backs of the ballot? That's pretty sophisticated answer coming from the very Dominion supplier who Brad Fitch, deputy of the Secretary of State, initially denied was involved in the printing of our ballots. Phone interview of April 2nd, 2021. When pressed on the matter, Fitch admitted that LHS would have to be involved in order to make certain ballots were compatible with the machines. Does it matter really what company actually prints the ballots, or would it be more relevant to our concerns who provides the programming software that designs the ballots and the code which goes around the perimeter and the back of the ballots? Back to Wyndham and the preliminary results of the audit. Some machines, not all, misread the ballots, the very same ballots that Silvestro at the very least helped to configure. It is difficult to describe in writing how the configuration of the candidates and the staggering of parties contributed to the lopsided misreadings, but suffice to say that crease zeroed over Democrats' target bubble, causing overvotes for straight-ticket Republican votes for that particular race. Not all machines read the ballots with identical results. All of the mail-in ballots were dedicated exclusively to certain machines and certain machines only. It cannot be determined if every single town in New Hampshire followed this method, but it definitely was the case in several towns. Why were the mail-in ballots fed into specific machines? One would hope that those machines were custom programmed by LHS to correctly handle and eliminate the anticipated problem. One could be wrong, though. The Wyndham results indicate otherwise. And there's a conflict of interest also with LHS and Jeff Silvestro, which have been vehemently protected and garrisoned by state and local politicians. Silvestro benefited from a clause stricken from SB 43, now law, that barred him from any involvement with the Wyndham audit due to his clear conflict of interest. The conflict of interest clause stricken from the bill was initiated by Republican Barbara Griffin, chair of the House Election Committee, and took place about an hour before SB 43 passed on March 10, 2021. As a result, Silvestro's black Mercedes-Benz rolled onto the audit location parking lot on a daily basis to observe the Wyndham audit proceedings. Silvestro not only present at the audit, but is an actual consultant herein on his advice and instructions have been relied upon for questions surrounding the machine maintenance, training manuals, and passwords. How LHS Associates miraculously transformed from an entity blackened with conflict of interest to actually becoming a consultant on the floor of the audit is a puzzler. There's only 3 entities that are authorized to invite observers. Designees chosen by the Secretary of State and Attorney General. Number 2, Wyndham designees to be chosen by the Board of Selectmen. And number 3, members of the public selected by the Secretary of State. If the auditors requested his presence, it would need to have been approved by one of these 3 entities. The actual request by the auditors was that a tech from LHS be available. Silvestro took it upon himself to fill that position, although he is not a computer technician. Jeff Silvestro knew for a fact that the creases in those mail-in ballots would create a misread or rejection. He knew the placement of the candidates. He and his company helped determine the size and coding on those ballots. And beyond that, his company provided the software updates and machine maintenance on a regular basis. Every single politician involved in the meeting at issue knew it well, and they did nothing. Just as Silvestro inadvertently pro-offered information about the coding structure of the ballots before Barbara Griffin course-corrected him. He's also the one who spilled the beans about the state's egregious tactics. The function of rejecting overvotes is turned off per the state's request. This action ensured that the voter ballots were not rejected back to the voters or election workers, as would be the case with mail-in votes. Instead, candidates' votes affected were not counted at all. Furthermore, in Wyndham, they were not allowed anywhere near the machines or tally tapes. They were kept behind a line at a distance of 15 to 30 feet, and the police were called when they attempted to do their job. Thousands upon thousands of blank votes were printed out on precinct tally tapes across New Hampshire, but they went undetected. It was a citizen activist who demanded copies of the tally tapes from their respective towns and cities using 91A requests. For your information, I do that every election, get the tally tapes. Anybody can do it. You just ask your town clerk for them. Who are now in possession of the information on those tapes, which reveal an alarming number of blank votes. Most New Hampshire vote counts are not observable. Votes have been counted on the Diebold AccuVote ballot scanner technology and can easily create an incorrect result because it allows alteration of vote results. The Silvestro show that it appears that the individuals who oversee elections in New Hampshire would rather protect their election results and citizens who sell them election products than protect their citizens from election abuse. LHS Associates of Salem, New Hampshire sold services and programmed the machines for elections in New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, and many jurisdictions in Maine. The memory cards are programmed for the election by LHS Associates, who delivers them to the election officials to run the election. What's more is that election officials have no way of verifying the program. AccuVote optical scanner machines are so old, think Commodore 64s, the programming is stored on memory cards and requires a special machine to program and access. None of these states or jurisdictions own such a machine. Therefore, all are completely dependent upon LHS Associates for their programming and faith that it is supposed to be. Officials are rendered blind to the potential existence of any coding that could alter election results. AccuVote optical scan machine is the same one featured in the movie Kill Chain that was hacked by Harry Herstow. Voting machines known as the AccuVote OS are owned by Dominion Voting Machines. Dominion is a foreign corporation domiciled in Canada which partners with software capable of flipping votes. The major flaw, according to the auditors, was in the folds. They took a great deal of time and effort to attempt to proclaim that they did a forensic audit of the ballots in Windham from the 2020 election, and folds were the reason for the material amount of discrepancies in the audit, but they missed something. Compared to Arizona, this audit was a joke. And there's actually a law, uniformity in folding, impression to mark to distinguish one general election ballot from another. So New Hampshire has law that there should have been nothing wrong with the ballots that were printed. The auditors shared that the folds were the issue, but we suspect it is much more. Demand a forensic audit of the 2020 election similar to the audit taking place in Maricopa County. This audit was literally a joke. Everything looks good to the average voter, but it's not. And according to Verified Voting Organization, the AccuVote, they tell you how the machines are set up. There's actually two bins, and the AccuVote OS drops counted ballots into one of two compartments depending on the ballot selection criteria specified by the election management software. It's then configured to communicate with GEMS over a serial or modem connection. And they've actually told Brian Judd that we don't use GEMS. We use LHS Associates, but they lied to him. We do use GEMS, but LHS does the programming for it. GEMS application software is a Microsoft-based software that automatically generates vote tally files. LHS has provided computer support and maintenance for our 3 decades old voting machines, pairing them with GEMS software. They're based in Salem, LHS, New Hampshire, and they service 750 localities throughout New England and New York. They tout their use of GEMS application software, and as if Dominion voting machines were not a big enough red flag, a deeper dive into GEMS unearths some disturbing capabilities that can only be described as not human. Bev Harris, I don't know if anyone knows about black box voting, but you should take a look at that. Bev Harris is the renowned writer and founder of Black Box Voting and has been investigating election transparency and computerized voting since 2002. She wrote a compelling piece called Fraction and Magic, and that's exactly what's happening, why I wanted the ballot image, because that's another piece of the fraud. It's not just the folds, there's the fraction magic piece, which she reports. Fractional voting feature is embedded in each GEMS application, which can be used to invisibly yet radically alter election outcomes by presetting desired vote percentages to redistribute votes. Fractionalization removes the principle of one person, one vote by starting with a preset or assigned percentage for each candidate. It then devalues or overvalues each vote using decimals to mathematically arrive at predetermined outcomes. Capabilities are a labyrinth of complex mathematical and statistical engineering. They completely convert votes to a meticulously concocted system of decimalizing, fracturing, weighting, rounding, and remnant cleanup as to annihilate the originally cast ballots. Any fractional vote remnants are further rounded using 3 or more decimals. Though complex, the most sincere component of the scheme might be the weighting. Benny Smith reported that by using the barcodes on the ballots, the system can assign value to each vote, thereby removing the equivalent of every person's vote. Weighted voting systems are voting systems based on the idea that not all voters should have the same amount of influence over the outcome of an election. Fraction Magic Study cites GEMS as having been operated under 5 trade names: Global Election Systems, Diebold Election Systems, Premier Election Systems and Software, and Dominion Voting Machines. The 2020 election may not have been the first to have been determined by GEMS software, but we should make it our last. LHS Associates in New England is a New England election contractor responsible for setting up voting machines throughout most of the region, maintaining custody of the machines, sole authority to program them. Their activities are shrouded in secrecy. They're immune to public records law. 2 suspicious New England elections, the 2008 New Hampshire primary and the 2010 Mass special election, LHS has attracted a lot of scrutiny. Investigative research has found they employ criminals and flout election integrity procedures, making their role all the more concerning. LHS Associates was founded in 1972. In 1985, LHS was the first New England representative. In 1991, LHS signed on as New England distributor for Global Election Systems, the precursor to Premier Diebold. They started selling the AccuVote OS in 1992 and adopted it by nearly all the towns in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, and Maine. LHS role became programming the election info onto memory cards using GEMS, doing support and repair services on election day, and providing ballots to towns. John Silvestro, which is Jeff Silvestro's father, remained in contact with Global throughout the 90s and early 2000. Emails, monthly news releases were given to him as late as 2000. He retired, by the way. Global executive Jeffrey Dean, another email, involved Silvestro making a feature request for the AccuVote TSX to get it certified in Massachusetts. New England election integrity activists alleged that Silvestro had a long-time association with Dean, who was convicted embezzler before getting the job of overseeing Global's production. They claimed to possess evidence which they passed along to New Hampshire Secretary of State. Silvestro denied even knowing Dean under oath. When Global was bought by Diebold in 2002, becoming Diebold Election System, LHS continued to be their distributor. John Silvestro and Ken Hajar were both active in Londonderry politics while working at LHS. Local communities, budget committees, and Silvestro was town councilor. Silvestro and Hajar's involvement in local politics was a major conflict of interest with their LHS jobs. They had incentive to manipulate town politics in their favor. And LHS's control over elections left them the tempting means to do so. Numerous elections, from their own races to town referendum, would have been a desirable targets to rig. A disturbing incident illustrated their lack of ethical scruples about election fraud. Hajar's 1999 threat to rig a ballot measure and Silvestro's dismissive anger towards those who informed him of it. And then I'm just going to briefly go through the New Hampshire, the elections that were, yes. Oh, did I? Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Well, we'll end it there. Okay.
Thank you for all your research.
No problem.
Very, very
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gregory Thayer, and I do have a speech. I'm going to cut back on it a lot because I know we're running over time and everything, but I want to get some points across. And again, I'm Gregory Thayer from Rutland, Vermonters for Vermont Initiative. I love Jesus Christ, and I'm a Vermont patriot. And I've been touring the state on critical race theory equity. And when Mark asked me to speak, it was to try to tie critical race theory to what's going on with election integrity and communist China, the CCP. And so I'm gonna take some shots at that today for you. So I'm gonna read from my thing because I want to try to cut it down a little bit. I do notes because I don't want to miss any points or facts. So basically, Vermonters for Vermont, I founded in like December of 2018. I was planning to run for the Vermont Senate from Rutland County, and it was a big field, and I took on a couple clients. I work as a tax accountant, and I took on some new clients, and I decided I could do more outside the Senate, because I know how they like to stiff arm us and everything, the woke community. So I decided to start this organization, and then COVID hit. But we've been doing some good things around the state, and we've got more planned, and I've been doing a lot of public speaking around the state relative to critical race theory. There's other issues and topics that I'm very, very concerned about. And I'll tell you, I learned a lot here today from some of you speakers. Stuff that I hear, but because I've got my own stuff going on, I haven't really done the study and research. But it's incredible what I've heard and everything. So thank you for standing up, and thank you all for coming, because this is what it's about, is us, we the people. We the people, it's so powerful. And we cannot do this alone. So have a lot of you heard about the critical race theory discussions going on around the state in our schools? Well, it's not just in our schools, it's in our HR departments, it's in government agencies, and we have to stand up against it. Because if we don't, who's going to? And they're just going to railroad us if we don't stand up. So critical race theory, I've attached equity to it because they like using that DEI word, acronym, and I'll explain that in a second. But critical race theory teaches segregation. It's separating people by color, the color of their skin. It's racist. To me, it's filth. It's disgusting filth from the CCP, and now we're learning that it's being paid for. A lot of the programs through an Asian society education program, it's a global education program that is infiltrating, and they're in communities all across our country, all across our great country and everything, and we have to stand up against it. So I love hearing, and they're doing this in Rutland at our school board, them saying that we're not teaching critical race theory. Well, they're either disingenuous, liars, or these superintendents and these people do not understand and know what's going on in their own schools, because they are. And to me, and I was talking with Steve Bellows earlier about this started 20, 25 years ago. We all remember every kid gets a trophy. That's critical race theory. That's teaching equity, and equity is horrible. It's the lowest common denominator for an outcome. Equity is not equality. We all know what equality is, especially with the 1964 Civil Rights Bills. So that stuff's really, really important to know what's going on. We've got an educator in Virginia that's trying to tell us now that if you obey your company rules, you show up at work on time, you're compliant, you must be a white supremacist. I'm inherently racist because I'm white. And I don't believe anybody out here is racist because of your color. We treat people by their character, not by the melanin in their skin. And that's very, very important. So I'm going to put my glasses on a little bit. So I mentioned the Chinese infiltration of our education system with the Asian society and their global network. And it's coming, and it's teaching Marxism. And that's how I can tie election integrity to critical race theory, is because if we, the people, don't get involved, then they're going to railroad us, and they're bringing their Marxist ideologies and principles to America. And there are Americans that are sitting out there that are just absorbing this stuff as sponges, and then they're going out and they're teaching. Critical race theory, as you all know, started in our schools from the Frankfurt School in the 1930s, 40s, out of Germany, Frankfurt, Germany. When they got kicked out with Hitler, they came to America. Where did they go? Columbia University. And then they started teaching this stuff. And remember, these people weren't just, they were teaching it at the law school level, but it was also filtering down to also the undergrad levels. All the teachers that are in our schools today were taught this stuff in school. I have a master's in accounting, and we were hit with it. Never subscribed to it, but we saw it every day. And the best thing I did when I had my 4 awesome children is we talked to them. We communicate to them. We let them know what's going on. I remember one day driving home, picking up my kids at Christ the King. They went to Catholic school like I did, and my dad. My grandmother was a teacher in Catholic education in Rutland. And my daughter, some guys were taking down a tree on Madison Avenue right up from Christ the King. And my daughter said, "Oh, Daddy, they can't do that. That's not good." And I tried to explain, forest management. We're not in the forest. We're in downtown Rutland, or near downtown Rutland. But about, the tree was dead, and so they're going to plant. And, like Trump said, for every 1 tree we take down, we're going to plant 3. So those are the things we need to do. But that was through an ELF program. Again, critical race theory. They were teaching that leftist, far Marxist ideology to our children. And the ELF program is gone now, praise the Lord. But, we need to teach everything. The other thing that bugs me about these CRT proponents is that they don't think we, as questioning or opponents to CRT, opponents, that we don't believe in teaching real history. I beg to differ, and we do. We teach it. We want to teach it every day. We want the truth, so that kids understand the total truth of critical race theory and of race, blacks, slavery, and they don't want to talk about the truths and the facts of slavery. So we have to do that, and we do it respectfully. So, have anybody heard about the China Belt and Road Initiative? Another program of Communist China, the CCP. The Chinese Communist Party. And these people are here in America that are teaching this program through the Asian Society. We're top-notch educators and presidents of universities, of communist universities in China. So they're here, and they're affecting our elections, and we're seeing that. And from the speakers today, that's coming right from right from China. It is, and we're linking it every day. And so, about probably a month and a half ago, I attended a Pastor Ed Wheeler's event. Martha was there. Chris, where are you, Chris? Chris was there, and it was called Americanism versus Marxism. It's a program that Martha and I are looking at with Pastor Ed about bringing that around the state, and hopefully when it gets out there, you'll see it and you'll come. It's a great program, and it needs to be taught. People need to hear this stuff. We need to wake people up and get a sense of personal responsibility, which I think is very important to everybody. So these conversations are going to be very, very hard for some of you to have with your family members. I talked to a young Pam today about a family member who isn't even talking to them right now because they went on a bus trip with us back in January 6th. And, so families are tough, the younger generation, but they haven't learned this stuff in school, so it's up to us. It's incumbent on us as parents to talk, and grandparents to talk and communicate to our children so that this stuff doesn't keep happening. And we can shut off this China connection, as President Trump was trying to do, and he's done a lot. But we need to keep having these conversations, and not just with our family, our children and our family, but our neighbors, our co-workers. The other thing I'm going to really strongly, every time I speak, from the Gordon Chang event to the CRTs around to other times, you need to get involved. And Brian talked about this a little bit today. It can't stop here. It cannot stop here. You need to get involved, and you need to talk to your family and your friends and your neighbors and everything. because you have to become activists. At Vermonters for Vermont Initiative, part of our mission statement is to educate, the principles that we were founded on, to educate, to coordinate, and to activate. So we need you to get involved, and you don't have to run for office, but call your school board member, call your select board member, get on the Board of Civil Authority. You know, I sat on the Board of Civil Authority as a city alderman in Rutland for 6 years, and there's a lot of important decisions that go on there. It's not just the elections and tax appeals, but there's a lot of stuff going on, and we need you to do it. Colleen can't do it alone. Mark for doing this, he can't do it alone. I can't do it alone. Guy Page, you know, Brian, the gentleman here in front of me, I'm sorry, sir, your name escapes me, but you know, their stories are incredible, and you all have them. And Guy talked about being your own media. Be your own media and talk. You could be up here. There's no reason that any of you cannot be up here and talking about this stuff. This stuff is so serious and it's so important, and we need to get people involved. You know, critical race theory is destroying our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, free speech, the 14th Amendment. You know, it's also, you know, what is doing to Martin Luther King's legacy. Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass. You know, Booker T. Washington had it right in 1895. He went to the Atlanta Convention. It's called the Atlanta Expo back then. And he was the first black man ever to speak at this convention. And his main premise was about education. Educating our children to what? Rise them up. You know, so I remember a long time ago when Susan Sweetser ran for political office. We interviewed her in Rutland on PEG TV back then. And, you know, she talked about Bernie Sanders wants to keep people at this, the people that are unorthodox or unlevel, if you will, uneven. Bring the people up here down here to make them equal. No. Let's take the people down here with all the opportunities that we have in our great nation. Not a perfect nation, but a great nation. Let's rise them up. You know, let's rise people up. Give them up. We give them opportunities. There's opportunities all over the place. Every place you look, every place you go. But the number one thing that we have to do is you all have to get involved. I want a couple more quick things because I like solutions. I'm a solutions guy. Find a problem, let's find solutions. That's why I've gotten involved. That's why I do what I do, and I love it. You know. So, what's a solution to the CRT filth? You ever heard of FAIR? The Foundation Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. FAIR. Write this down. www.fairstory.org. It's an education program. Let me mention one more first. Trump did this back in, I think, 2017, when federal agencies were being indoctrinated with this CRT stuff. But no one's heard about it. Nobody knew what was going on. Taking these inclusion classes and changing the definition of inclusion, diversity, and equity, DEI. And he put a program in place called, get ready, 1776 Project. It was teaching about our real history, the truth, the facts. You know, somebody mentioned earlier up here about, you know, I'm going to tell you what you want to hear. You may not like it, but I'm going to give you the facts. And you have to disseminate it and go the way you take it and how you want to move forward. But those two programs in the FAIR Story, it's a curriculum. And I've been on their trainings, and I've been on the Hillsdale College 1776 project. That's who's taken it over from the Trump administration, some former Trump people that are working with Hillsdale on that. Again, www.1776project.org. And they are teaching true history. And we want to teach true history. I know, I'm sure you all do too. We want real history, but why are they changing our textbooks? Why are they tearing down our statutes? You know, there's a way to do it and a right way to do it, and they aren't doing it that way. So I really, really and strongly encourage everybody to, you know, get a hold of your school board member, get a hold of your select board member, and also because there's that equity committee at the state level that they promulgated. That I've been on some of their webinars, or not webinars, Zoom meetings, and what they're talking about, we had a UVM professor that testified one day, and he said he was watching his 4-year-old son play. and he said, "My kid doesn't even know it, but he's racist." I mean, come on, that's on film, that's on video, that's disgusting. So we need to raise people up, and we need to raise you people up. And I would just say, thank yourselves for being here. I totally appreciate you being here. I think it's incredible that you're here, and these are the things that we need to do. I was asked to talk a little bit about Savannah and Charlie Kirk coming, because Savannah was going to come up and speak. I had asked Mark, but some things happened and she couldn't make it, and I apologize, Mark, that I didn't let you or Colleen know at the last minute, but I just found out. So the Charlie Kirk event you heard, so stay tuned, so what's going on there. And then the other thing is myself and Colleen, and there's 3-4 other groups, Mary Sheldon and Jim Sexton. We're going to add Mark in there. We haven't gotten his permission yet, but I'm sure he'll be okay. We're all getting together. We're putting out there our groups. We're called a leaders group, to get out to all the people about an event in 2 weeks on Saturday the 23rd at 11 a.m. to 1 right over at the State House lawn. And it's basically, and I had to write it down because I get going so fast sometimes I forget. It's basically no mask, no vax jab, no CRT equity, and no K through 6 sex education. The sex education stuff that these people are teaching our children, grandchildren, is disgusting. And it's going to be a great event. There's going to be some speakers, but it's more just anybody can speak. If you want to speak, or you want to speak, or the guy down the road wants to speak, come and speak. Tell us your story. And there's some stories here. Gary's going to speak, and he's not going to speak about electrical wiring either. But anyways, I just get involved in the CRT equity stuff and ask questions. And somebody mentioned earlier too about, we were talking to the gentleman about public records access. That has been revamped, but you have a right under the law to get your kids' curriculum in the schools. They have to provide it. There are rules. It's usually within 3 days under the public records laws, but then they can get an extension for up to another 10 days, but they have to provide it. So sometimes you have to be specific. I do have the links for the specifics of it. And anybody needs any help, I'm Gregory Thayer, Vermonters for Vermont. I've got business cards. I'll be around a little bit because Mark said I couldn't leave. I'm not leaving. Because I love that you're all here. I think it's great. This has been a great meeting. So let's give it up for Mark real quick. You did a great job. All right, I'm out. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless America. And God bless Mark.
You're invited to dinner after,
Who's buying?
I am.
I'll be there. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, hey, this is working. All right, I don't have to hold it. Things got a little bit messed up with the complication of what speaker and what was going on when and first. And while Colleen's setting back up, we were going to have a presentation of the solution to the voting machines, because the voting machines need a solution. We have an excellent solution. A very wise military commander going to give the presentation. But for a 4-minute interval, Eric Franke said he could keep it to 4 minutes. And what's the question?
I was just going to make a quick comment about the flyers that were passed out.
What flyers?
Oh, these. And it's related to the critical race theory.
Are you the lady that's going to give the prayer?
I will be, yes.
Oh, I had somebody's name on a piece of paper for a closing prayer. Are you that lady?
Somebody else volunteered me, but yes, I could.
God bless you. We're going to need it. I'm going to give the floor to Eric Franke here for 4 minutes, and then Colleen's going to get the presentation ready there.
I promised Mark I would just like to make a quick presentation for 4 minutes. Please do me a favor and don't look at your watch. Okay, so the first thing I want to mention quickly is I spoke to Lydia Chang in the last meeting we had here, and she said to me, in Taiwan, we count our votes on paper, and they're counted in one room with both sides present. It's like a room like this, an auditorium. and it's videotaped, and I think it's live across the country. Everyone can see. Now, Taiwan, you know, I'm an electrician by trade. I got lots of tools, lots of electronic equipment, etc. You know, and I know a lot about machines, and I know machines can be rigged. These machines have been rigged for a long time. Why can't we use paper? Taiwan makes our chips. Why? Because we don't make our own chips anymore. They're making them for us. And Taiwan, who makes these electronic chips, they're counting their votes with paper. Why? Because to them, their election is very important to them. Their votes are very important to them, and our votes should be important to us too. And so these machines, you know, I know Colonel Waldron, I think he's a great guy, but I think he's might be missing it, introducing a new machine. That's all I have to say in that regard. Lydia Chang, paper ballots. Okay, number 2, very important. I represent, and if you would come to me, I would get your name and or even turn you on to it. Actually, that's my intent. There's a thing called the American Policy Center. It's run by a man named Tom DeWeese, primarily a one-man show. He's been doing this for 30 years. The guy's like Superman. If we could get everybody here become like Tom, that would be, we take the country back. Tom's created a program which is designed to create freedom pods so that each one of you in this room can become a citizen ninja. He has a handbook and a toolkit that he provides to teach you how to take over your local government. And so if you just imagine, you look around here, how many people we've got, and each person setting up a small freedom pod, 10 people, and you go take over your local government. Pretty soon, you're doing the towns, the counties, and the state. I think that's about it, almost, for me. Yeah, I guess that's about it. Okay, so it's called the American Policy Center. The guy's name is Tom DeWeese. It's I'm sorry, Tom DeWeese, and it's the American Policy Center. And you're looking for freedom pods. You're looking for the handbook and the toolkit.
That's that rascal that keeps sending me emails.
You know, I'm the rascal.
No, see, he's emailing.
I gave him your address.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Thank you. Give it up for Eric Frankie.
I apologize for not being a little
I think he was only in it about 3.5 minutes.
Wait, I'll come back.
You know, I like the idea, what he's talking and what's going on in Taiwan, but he has not reviewed Colonel Philip Waldron's proposal.
I want to say one other thing.
What's that?
My father was on the LEM program. He started in Grumman when I was born.
We can't hear you.
Okay. So I'm just going to say this in regards to the voting machines. When I was born, my father started in Grumman Aircraft. He worked his way from the machine shop up until the last job he had was the space station. All the operation and construction of Space Station Freedom, which it started as, became the International Space Station, went to my father's desk. I mean, okay, Colonel Waldron, a great guy. I trust Lydia Chang and what she's saying. Why is Taiwan using paper ballots?
I respect your opinion, Eric. I very much do. We have a challenge here in the state of Vermont. We have a legislature that is extremely unfriendly. Our legislature has already legislated that every town over 1,000 people must use a voting machine. It's going to be very difficult to crack the nut of Vermont. That's why some of these fine ladies are putting their heads together to work around that. This new machine is something that costs only 20% of the machines that Condos is already trying to jam down our throats. And the word has already gone to all of the town clerks that it's going to happen. So we're going to try and circumvent that in different ways, and this is one of the proposals. You know, I would like to go back to hand counting. I like the Taiwan idea and agenda. But I don't think that's going to fly in Vermont as a viable solution based on the legislature we have. And we don't have years to change the legislature to go back to all whole hand counting. Although that is one of Miss Nancy Gassett's proposals, is to hand count every single ballot, and I want all those ballots to be serial numbered and non-counterfeitable, just like our dollar bills. And her proposal to hand count every single ballot after every election, whether they go through a machine or not, is a wonderful proposal. The girls are going to be getting together and working on those petitions. They're already written up. I just didn't print any. Colleen didn't know that I couldn't print. So here we are. My phone's bugging me, and Colleen is ready for this presentation, and that'll finish things up, except for this young lady over here in the back is going to give us a closing prayer, because Lord knows we need it. You're on, Colleen. Well, there we have it. We're closing up early. So these new machines, I did watch it. Those links to that video can be emailed to anybody. They can be tagged on Facebook. They can be tagged on Gab. They can be tagged on Telegram. Anybody can watch that video. You go into frankspeech.com. You click on Fix 2020 first. It opens up. You go to the Cyber Symposium. That opens up more. You scroll down until you find day 3. You click on that. That opens up. You scroll down some more. It's the panel with Colonel Philip Waldron. Like I said, I can email that to anybody. It'll work right on your home computer. I'm not sure what the glitch is. So basically what these machines are, and I was trying to explain the ballots are a non-counterfeitable ballot, just like your money. Just like your $100 bills and your $50 bills, your new ones, with serial numbers. Every single one with serial numbers. It's total chain of custody from start to finish. It's like balancing your checkbook. And those ballots go through a scanner. They don't go through a voting machine. They don't go through something with a tabulator tape. They go through a scanner. So the ballot image is captured. So the ballot image is always available. And anybody can look and see that their vote was counted and their ballot was cast. They can know their own serial number and they can look it up. You know, a lot of people came to me after the election. Can you find out? I know you got the voter roll. Can you find out if I voted? I went and tried to vote it, and they told me I'd cast my vote already when I went down to vote. There was a lot of that going on. It was all around the state. It's not just one or two isolated incidents. You know, God knows how many people were told that they had voted already when they walked in person. We're going to find out. we are going to find out. There's a lot of people working on things that aren't up here standing up speaking. I know Colleen's got a whole lot more than she wanted to present, you know. And there are people that don't want to show their face that are doing some serious investigations into the computer end of this. So with that, so the machines and the scanners scan the ballots that can't be counterfeited. There's total accountability. Okay, say you had 1,000 voters in your town, you had 1,200 ballots printed, all serial numbered for that town specific. You gave out 1,000. You had 50 mistake copies. You had to back up a 200, so you pulled out 50 were destroyed. Those are all accounted for, every single one down the line. 50 were replaced because they were wrong. Everything's accounted for. There's 150 left. It's nothing you can slide through a color copier and reproduce, you know. It's total accountability. And when it gets scanned, the ballot images get scanned onto a disk. The chain of custody, you pass that disk off to a sheriff. It goes to the Secretary of State. Total chain of custody, all the way. That disk can be duplicated. It can be one held at the town hall and one sent to the Secretary of State. They're matched identically, you know. To me, it's a foolproof system if we have to have machines. And that's going to be hard to get around in the state of Vermont. And we're trying to get petitions to put this new system on the ballot for town meeting day for every town to be able to vote on that. It's going to take 5% of the registered voters to sign the petition to get these machines on the ballot. There's another... Every town, we want to do it in every town in Vermont. If we get 2/3 of the towns that vote for this, is that the majority?
Do you have the petitions, Mark?
There's a couple of ladies got their heads together here. I can email you the petitions. I do have copies, but, you know. So another idea come from that brilliant lady there, Miss Nancy Gassett, was to also have another petition that regardless of what machines we have, every single election, when it's immediately done, the BCA counts every ballot, top to bottom, and hand counts every ballot. That's a way around the machines, you know. The towns can vote that every ballot be hand counted.
Yeah, but that would mean we'd have fair elections.
Exactly, and they don't want that. They don't want that. Not at all. For what went on in the past, Timothy Price's idea, he had a place to start. He had a place to start to get a chance to look at the ballots that actually were cast, because we know this election was wrong. This Will Sennings pulls his phony audit with 6 hand-picked towns. Blowing smoke and mirrors all the way until the cows come home. And with that, I would like to introduce somebody. A closing prayer with Donna, Martha? Martha, Donna? Or is it Donna and Martha?
If there's a Donna, I don't know who that is. I'm Martha Hafner. Hi.
I think we all need a prayer. It's going to be a tough road. It's hard not to get upset with all the crazy things coming from every direction. Every direction, whether it be the CRT or the school boards or somebody trying to tell you got to take a jab and you're going to lose your job. I know a lot of people that have chosen to be fired rather than take the jab. There's good reason for that. The suppression of information, the hiding of the truth by the media, mainstream media, people getting thrown off off of whatever Vermont digger communist platform there is. I don't know. But thank you. Are you Donna or Martha?
I am Martha.
Well, I'm going to close out. Thank you. You got something to say about
I'm going
this?
to say something real briefly about the flyer that I passed out to you here earlier. Greg and I have been doing things around the state with critical race theory concerns. I'm just going to briefly say, my father was the chairman of the Civil Rights Commission when I was growing up, and I was reading the letters from the Birmingham jail when I was in elementary school. And that whole issue is something that's very near and dear to my heart. Dad was at the MLK I Have a Dream speech too, and so, you know, that embeds in his children that kind of fabric. So this whole piece is really something that grinds at my heart. And what this actually stemmed from something that John Clark did, but Frederick Douglass, his speeches were being shared all over in all of our libraries in this state. I'm not sure who put this together, but in every library they were sharing his 1852 speech, in which he's telling the black people, hey, why are you celebrating this day on Independence Day? You haven't got any freedoms. And that's the message that they were trying to drive home about what was happening to the black. But if you keep on, what's these? All right. What this is quotes from Frederick Douglass, all of them, except for an intro piece at the beginning. And then you see, as he gets older, he understands that the Constitution is the hope that the blacks have. And he embeds, there's a line on the backside in green right at the top, you can read with me. I am a Republican, a black, dyed-in-the-wool Republican, and I never intend to belong to any other party than the party of freedom and progress. So this has been designed that you might take it to your library in quantities and have people pick it up that are going to be liberal-minded and have them being exposed to conservative values that he upheld. So please, try and get it to the students, especially in the schools, because many of them are being exposed to the other side of what he had to say earlier on. Yes, Rowan.
Can I ask a quick question? I hear what you say as a black man. Why is it so difficult for the Republican Party to send that message across to black people?
Why?
Why is it so hard?
Well, I don't want to be the one speaking for the Republican Party because I haven't been engaged in settings like this for a long length of time, but somebody else might be the better one to try and answer for the Republican Party, maybe Ellie. You're good friends with her. But you're absolutely right. And I think in part it's because there maybe hasn't been a concerted effort to do so. So it's a challenge for this time. We need...
I get what you say, but my question is, as a party as a whole, it kind of seems like people is bad to the minority
Okay. Okay.
Let's make this a larger conversation. Rohan's question is so important to us. I would think, and I don't know, are you pretty much conservative Republicans in this room? That would be both pretty much. Why are the Republican Party, our Republican Party, why are they not here today leading this effort through the vote? Why are they not the many issues that they should be at the front instead of us pushing them along. Well, what, that's what we need to be talking about. We need to change our leaders maybe, because once your vote counts, who you elect as your representative, once they're in office, they're in charge. They lead the pack. So we need to be looking at who are our candidates that we're putting up to run for office, to represent us. And are they people that we know are going to represent the needs that we here in Vermont need to have looked at by that party? The Trump administration did more for the black people.
Okay, I think I'm going to have, Mark's coming back up here to bring us back on task, so maybe I'll try and beat him too.
What's this lady's name? Is it Donna or Martin?
Okay.
Rohan, I don't know for sure if I have an answer to that question. And I think the Republican Party might like to try to spread that message, but it could be their voices drowned out by the left, because there's so much misinformation being spread around. It's just a speculation, you know.
I think you're right. There's only one voice out there heard. Whose voice is being heard? What happens to the Republican voice when Democrats walk into the room?
Get silenced.
We shut up. We shut up. Nobody told us to shut up, but we don't want to offend them by voicing
Well,
our opinion.
I would like to have a closing prayer, and there aren't any Democrats in here as far as I know, but they're not going to get me to shut up. And I don't care if they're offended. You know, I can swim in liberal tears. I'm going to turn this over to Martha for a closing prayer. Donna, Martha.
Somewhere in there. Okay. I do want to just, before I pray, and it's going to be a short prayer, but I do want to encourage everybody in here to spend more than a short prayer, because that is what we need. We're a David up against the Goliath that's trying to bring us down with their fear and intimidation. And we need to spend time with our God, who is much bigger, that can bring down that Goliath for us. So, with that said, and with the assurances from a loud amen from the people that they're going to pray after the fact, I want to have us bow in prayer. Father God, you are bigger than all of the concerns that we are looking at in this room and we are up against as a nation. You know the importance of democracy and the freedoms that we have been proclaiming since our nation's origins. And we want to thank you that you are indeed God of all, and you are going to be the one to reign and to rule in our nation with liberty and justice and freedom for all. Thank you, and God bless you. And I'd like to encourage everybody to join with me right now in singing God Bless America, with your permission. Okay? God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her with the light from the light up above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home. Thank you.
VT Livestream specializes in video streaming live events in real time with the utmost care and accuracy. We pride ourselves in our ability to connect friends and family virtually so they can share in life's most treasured moments. Weddings, birthdays, memorial services, sporting events, or conferences. Whatever the event, whatever moment you would like to share with your loved ones far away, we can help.
A meaningful obituary for someone who has passed on is an important part of keeping their legacy alive. Introducing Vermont Obituaries, a video obituary which allows you to capture the spirit of the loved one who has passed with a custom, visual, and personal story of the deceased biography, genealogy, achievements, surviving family, date and time of a memorial service, and donation requests. With a click of a button, your beautiful video obituary can be shared online, submitted to a newspaper, or posted via social media to notify others of their passing. Please contact us for more information, and thank you for watching.
VT Livestream specializes in video streaming live events in real time with the utmost care and accuracy. We pride ourselves in our ability to connect friends and family virtually so they can share in life's most treasured moments. Weddings, birthdays, memorial services, sporting events, or conferences. Whatever the event, whatever moment you would like to share with your loved ones far away, we can help.